Hey guys, let's get this started. So hopefully everything works well tonight. I have been fiddling around a little bit with the computer, put the new chip in today. So finally my computer is hardware complete. I just need the new monitor, which I'm still waiting on. So I had to send the last one back. Who have we got here then? Hi Mr. G, hi Fry, hi Carl, hi Andy, hi Yositaguri, Mad Beagle Amok, Fry, I've said Fry already, Stepz as well, Proud7, Sagittite, hi guys. So it's been a little while since we actually did any of this now. So let's get everything set up. Let me connect to the workspace for the guys on Flubits. Hopefully that works all well. Seems to have worked. I'm just going to run the game. Actually, before I start, let's have a wine. So I've gone for something a bit different today. So I've gone for this one. It's a white Rioja. It's probably easier to see on this one here actually. I do like their red Rioja, so I thought I'd give this a try. I've never had white Rioja before. Oh, and I need a corkscrew. Be right back. You know it's probably a decent wine if they put a proper cork in it. Isn't this working? This is broken. What the hell? Okay, I need a different corkscrew. No, it didn't come with a corkscrew attachment. I've been toying with the idea of putting a Commodore in the back as well, but there isn't an awful lot of room, to be honest. The PlayStation takes up quite a bit. I might find a way somehow. Commodores aren't exactly big, and they don't need a lot of cooling either, so maybe peel that off first. God, you can tell I drink mostly cheap wine. I'm not used to taking one out with a cork in it. There we go. I have faith that this is going to be a nice one. Let's have a look. So yeah, it's been a little while. I think we did one. We had quite a long break, and then we did one stream. How can I put that? I've got no room to put anything. I'll put it there. Put that the lid on. We had a long break. Then we did I think one or maybe two streams, and then I had another break. So it's been a while since we've had some kind of continuous time on this, so hopefully we can get some stuff done tonight. Hopefully I can remember how everything works as well. Oh, that is nice. That is very nice. Worth the extra couple of quid, I think. Definitely. Right. So let's start by taking a look at the game. Again, if anything goes wrong with the frames or anything tonight, let me know. I have been messing around with the settings a little bit. Hopefully it's nice and clear. Hopefully you're getting a decent frame rate and decent resolution. Let's see what I'm getting actually. I'm getting 1080p, 60 frames a second apparently. hopefully I can hear stuff as well. We'll soon see if I miss anything. Okay, so let's find the start. So it's here. So if I remember rightly, we'd done. What did we do last? We did the death animation. So actually, that's what we should be doing in this stream, is actually creating a new death state for these things, so they can be absorbed. We've got the little eat animation in place now. Got some debug text down here. I don't know why that's there. I don't have player 2 controls, so let me set up player 2 controls. Keyset B, configure keyset B. Oh, it's already configured apparently. There we go. Yeah. Okay, cool. So yeah, we'll look to create a new state for these. I think that's the first thing we'll do. It might take me a little while to get into the swing of things because it's been a while since I looked at this code, and I've been working on so many other things that I've kind of lost track of where I'm at with a lot of things. Okay, so, and hopefully FluBits is okay for you guys as well. Just let me know if it's not. There we go, that should be big enough. Hopefully the text is big enough as well. I'm going to just shrink it down to like that. That should be okay. And I think when I finish tonight, I'm going to take requests and play some either random Raspberry Pi games, PlayStation 3 games, or PC games later on, much later on tonight once I'm drunk. Drunk gaming is always good. To be honest, it's the only way I can play on stream. Then I've got an excuse. I play terribly, so if I can play terribly while I'm drunk on stream, then I've got an excuse. So. Hi Richmond, mate. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we need to add in a new state. So let's have a think about this. So we do have some enemy states, I believe, in here. Enemy macros, enemy behaviors. Yeah. The behaviors for individual enemies. There is the stun behavior, which is the same across them all. I'm going to leave. And of course I've got my new thanks for the sub posting up. And I got an emote from that as well. Ooh, exciting. And thank you for the host as well. Both Coconut and Richmond Mike. There you go. That's a thank you for the exciting. Hi. Yeah, lots of new alerts. That was loud, was it? Let me try and adjust the volume on that a little bit. I've not messed around too much with the alerts because I wasn't sure about them. Yeah, they're called alerts after all, I guess. Let's drop the music down a little bit then. Yeah, still getting used to the levels in OBS. Okay, cool. So how's everybody's weekend been so far? All ready for Christmas? Anyone still got to work on Monday and Tuesday like me? I'm just deleting space now. This is not productive at all. Okay. Thanks for the sub, Richmond, mate. Oh, gift sub. Thank you, Coconut. Thank you very much. Christmas Coconut. appreciated. I tried to keep my my alert sub down in length. I'm sure if I'd have just given it to Hayes and asked Hayes to do them all, they would have been about 5 minutes long and super loud and in your face. So I just trimmed it down to the little bit that I think was needed. Okay, so I think what we need to do. Great. That's the first time I've seen a raid emote, so I'm quite pleased with that. Hi Hayes, hi everybody that's come over with Hayes. I'd asked you what you've been playing, but I know you've been playing all the Star Wars games. Maybe that's what I should do tonight, actually play some Jedi Fallen Order or whatever it's called. Yeah, thank you for the host, Hayes, and welcome everyone that's come along with Hayes. If you've come along with Hayes and you don't know what I do, I'm Sharon50k. I do some I do game development on a Saturday, and I do game dissection on a Thursday. All Commodore 64, of course. We try and learn a little bit as we go along. We share the knowledge and have fun while we're at it, and drink plenty of wine as well. Cheers, guys. What commands have you got? I think it's the same commands that were there before. It's just Nightbot, so it's whatever I had before. I haven't added any more. Thanks for the follow, Jan Vermeer. Appreciated. If you strike 6502 down, it'll become more powerful than you can ever imagine. Yes. And thank you, Coconut. I wouldn't say I'm a smarty pants, but I do like to mess around with amazing stuff. It's mostly other people's amazing stuff, to be honest. I just put it all together on stream, or take it all apart if it's a Thursday. So right at the moment we're getting back into this game that we've not really done a solid piece of work on for maybe 2 months now. There's been little bits here and there, but it's mostly been little bits. So it's about time we kind of cracked on with it properly. And while I won't be doing a dissect stream next week because it's Boxing Day, I will be doing the game stream again on the Saturday. So it's imperative we get something done on this. I really want to get this game ready to play, so we can start doing some play testing and working out what we need to keep, what we need to get rid of, what we need to improve. So what we're going to do today, we have quite a lot of the control behaviour in place. So it's a 2-player game. We've got quite a lot of this control behaviour in place, and we've got some basic enemy behaviours in, the walking left and right, the falling to the ground when they get hit. And the player can open his mouth wide like this. So what we're going to do next is, during this eat animation, we're going to do a quick search of the screen for stunned enemies. So this is going to be the first task that we do. And what we'll do is, if there is an enemy within range, I mean, I don't know what the range will be, we can adjust that. If there is an enemy within range, then we'll switch them into the being absorbed state. And then that player can no longer trigger that in anything else as well. So we'll always pick the closest one, and it needs to be within a correct range as well. I explained VSP in such a great way, and I'm sure I do want to do something on ADSP, but I'm currently battling with it myself. So once I've got a handle of how it works and I've written something that I can share, I don't think it will be a case like the VSP where we wrote it from scratch on stream. It'll be more that I share the code and go through the code in detail, because there's a lot more trickery that you need to do to get ADSP to work. I don't think 2 or 3 hours is going to be enough. But yeah, that's likely to be one of the upcoming dissect streams. So the dissect streams are they used to be purely just games. We'd take a game, pull it apart, But I've had kind of mixed success with those. I find some games work really well for that sort of thing. Some I've got so many kind of obfuscations in the way that the code starts up that it becomes more about trying to get the game to even compile properly from a clean file than anything else. And then it becomes not so fun. So I've started doing kind of technique explanations as well. So I think I'll start doing a few more of them, and maybe even mix in a couple of my other projects into it as well. So I may do some other game development on stream on some nights for non-collaborative games. So those games won't be shared on. Star Wars is definitely easiest to start up. Yeah. So Star Wars would have been a good one actually to do on Thursday. That's a really good point. That would have made a lot more sense. Never mind. Anyway, so yeah, we'll start by doing this extra animation on here. So we should have a state for the player, an eating state. So let's go and check that. Player. Okay, yes, so we have got an eating state. We're actually running out of states here. In fact, we've used all of them in this 8-bit thing, and I think we're going to need one more to say that we're in. Actually, eating is probably fine. We might be able to get away with that. We might have something else. So once the player begins absorbing an enemy, they can't do anything else until that's finished. So that's the idea above shown. Replace Star Wars TIE Fighter attacks Boris Johnson's face. Wasn't it all vector graphics in the C64 Star Wars? I think we have a good rig soon. I need to. I'll take this apart every 6 months. That's just what I'm like. I've still got to put the new wires in as well. So I've got these horrible kind of retail PSU wires that came with the power supply, and I hate them. They're horrible. They're black and they're just not. They don't fit the style of the build at all. So I've got some that I ordered way back in the beginning of November. I still haven't got them. So okay, so during the eating state, let's go and have a look what's happening in there. I think this stream is going to be difficult to get full speed on because it's been so long. But if we can kind of get familiar with the code again, then we should be able to pick things up. Is it possible to optimize vectors to run faster on 6502? There's a lot of tricks you can do to get things to run a bit quicker on 6502. The problem is that most vector maths uses multiplication and division, and unfortunately, well, this is the one thing the 6502 does not have. So it's usually a case of creating lots of lookup tables for calculations. So. Hey Rule of Thirds, welcome to the stream. Just as Rusty watching, yeah, I think it's going to be tricky, but it's fine. It's fine. This is part and parcel of what coding's about. It's about sometimes leaving a project and coming back to it and figuring out what's going on again. So we should have somewhere in here an eat animation. I'm going to keep checking through. So this looks like this is setting the eat animation up. Okay, so somewhere there should be a frame that's being set for eating. This is turning on the eating here. Okay, so wherever this jump is to, which is here. Okay, that's just the fire button. So this is just handling the fire button, and it's saying, okay, we're in the eating mode, so skip over the rest of the fire button check. And then the motions are checking if we're eating. If we are, don't do any jumping, don't do any walking. Jump and fall. Where's our draw player? Draw player, there we go. Current frame. Okay, this. Not throwing, skip face left, face right, not eating. eat right there. Here we go. So here's a check for if we're eating, and it goes in here. Okay, so that's not the right place to do it either. So we need to add a check in, and we need to do it around some kind of probably every frame or so, every other frame. Oh god, this wine is really nice. Yeah, Jan, the reason, sorry Jan, the reason why a lot of things are slow on the Commodore, particularly when it comes to 3D, is because of the lack of CPU instructions that allow you to do multiplication and division. Most of the time, if you see something like a game like Elite or Stunt Car Racer or TIE Fighter for that matter as well, whatever the hell it was called, Star Wars, I think it was just called Star Wars, wasn't it? They will have lookup tables with a lot of the results of these calculations, or at least the more common ones. Okay, so let's have a look at the main loop. This is the main loop here. So somewhere in here we need to do some checks. So I think maybe it should belong in the enemy update. Does that make sense? Yes, I think that makes sense. So basically whenever we update an enemy, part of its behavior can be to check if it's close to a player that is currently in the eat state. However, that means that all enemies that are close by, do we want to eat one at a time, or do we want to eat them all? I think one at a time probably makes more sense. But it could be a bonus. Could be a bonus if you eat multiple in one go as well. So like you'd get bonus points for kind of grouping them up, stunning them all together, and then trying to absorb them. Actually, yeah, let's go for that. Let's go for multiple at the same time. See what it's like for raster time. If it's a problem, we can tweak it a little bit. So. Okay, so we will do it in the update enemies. So what we're going to do is for every enemy that we update, so the way these update is, I have to remind myself here as well. So it goes through the enemy. If the enemy has a type, it means it's active. If it is active, then we call it update behavior, and the update behavior is this here on update. So there's exit if stunned. So actually maybe this could be something here, exit if stunned, because we've got some behavior macros in here, and these handle various kind of common behaviors, and one of them is exit if stunned here. Maybe this should be doing an extra check here as well. So we've got exit if stunned, which we still want to do, but if it's stunned we also want to check if we're in range of an enemy as well. We're in range of a player. Bonus if you eat on the other player, yeah. Oh. Thanks for the follow, Draco401. Welcome to the stream. And Shodran, yes, his Kickassembler, yeah. Okay, so I think we can probably create this here. So we've already got this check versus projectile, so we'll check versus player eat here, like so. And I guess we can put it in here, seems to make sense. as part of this exit if stunned. So it's always going to come into here now. So let's. It's a lot easier if you decide all this before writing 2,000 lines of code. Yeah, it's true. It's true, but I wanted this to be a very iterative process anyway. When we started this, I had no idea how this game was going to go. So I kind of like the way it's going. It's just because unless you work on something every day, once you get a big project like this, it becomes difficult to go back to it. So it's going to take a little bit of time to get up to speed with this. Oh, where's my inhaler thing not working? I need to get a new one of these. This one's connections are knackered. It gets a little bit of liquid on the connections and it fails to work properly. This is why Duke Nukem took 15 years to finish. Oh shit, did they actually finish that? It mustn't have been very good because I never heard anything about it. Was it Duke Nukem Forever, wasn't it? I thought they'd just given up on it. Didn't realise they'd actually finished it. Okay, so we know that the player. We know that the X register is the enemy index. So, yeah, into all these data here, and we know that the enemy is X position. So we need to check the X position first. So the first thing we need to do is make sure if the player is facing left. That the enemy is on the left of the player. If the player is facing right, it's on the right. So that's the first thing we need to do, and we should be able to get that from here. We've got player, which direction the player is facing, and that's in player states, which are down here somewhere. Player state. Yeah, I don't need that anymore. So. We need to check. Actually, there's two players here, isn't there? So let's make Y our player. Let's just make it nice and simple. So Y is now our player. So Y is our player, X is our enemy. So we need to get player state, Y, and then we need to check direction player is facing. It would probably help if I wrote more comments as well in the code. Facing. Is on the correct side. And so we need state face left and state face right. So we'll do this as two individual checks. So no, I need to do it like this. So hi Butch 33KS, welcome to the stream. Butt cheeks. Good point. Good point. Yeah, that's another sign I'm getting old when I can't read numbers as letters anymore. Okay, so if the player is facing left, then we'll do this. Otherwise, I'm going to put a label in here for facing left, even though we're not using it. I think it's just sometimes it's easier than just writing comments in place. It kind of gives it a little bit of symmetry. Oops. So the player is facing left at this point, so we need to check. What do we need to check? We need to check if the enemy's X position, so not enemy state though, it will be enemy position. Oh god, I can never remember. Is fractional the low one? I think fractional is the low one, isn't it? Let's just check. Did I write it on here? Yeah, fractional. Okay. Little endian. Remember, little endian all the time. Okay, so what we're interested in is this one and this one together, which is a bit frustrating. Nope, that's max enemies. That's the wrong thing to grab. We can check this with half values, so we can grab the other one. So let's grab the high value and let's shift it to the right. So we basically shift bit 9 of our 16-bit value into the carry flag if it's there. And then roll it in using that method. So now our accumulator contains half the enemy position in X, and we need to compare that to our player position. Actually, do we need to do it like this, or should we do it? No, I'll tell you how we'll do it. This is a bad way of doing it. I think the way we'll do this is we'll take the enemy position and we'll subtract the player position. Player is... Oh shit, okay, we need to... crap, okay. It's never that easy, is it? Okay, so... Right, we'll come to that in a minute. The first thing we're going to do in the loop is we're going to... I really don't like doing a compare with 0, it's frustrating. Get our 0 page stuff up, split it over to the left. To the right even. And I'm so scared of what's been used elsewhere, I'm going to create new variables just for this. So I'm going to call it eat temp. Because I don't actually, no, I can use the vectors, I think. Let's go with the vectors. If it doesn't work, then so player X is vector 1. Well, I'll start from the end just to make sure. There we go. So what we're doing here is we're just creating an indirect lookup to these player values. So I'll make a note I'm doing that. Record indirect lookup for player X. Okay, more wine. There we go. Right. And now we can address that a bit easier down here then. So now we can do, oh shit, we can't because we're using Y here as well. God damn it. Okay. Well, actually we can just make sure that we store this Y here, so I'll make sure we load it back at this point. So then here we can do, this here like so. There we go. Okay, right, so the player X is also in these 3 bits, so let's do, oops, yeah, wish we had some more registers. One would do, to be honest. Okay, so we'll subtract the LSB of the player from this. I do need a temporary vector for this, so I'm going to store this in vector 5 here. I'm going to call it xdiff. Subtract this. There we go. And now I can take the upper byte of this and subtract the lower part, still like xdiff plus 1. Oh, God, that was tricky. Right, okay. So at this point now I've got the difference in X between the enemy and the player. I'm going to just do some tests now. So I want to test, God, it's warm in here as well. I think I do need to put code on as well. I need to put my fan on at some point. It's really warm. I'll just drink more wine. Yeah, technically X and Y are indexes. I just wish there were more of them. I don't need a proper register like an X would be, another X and a Y would be fair. Thank you for the follow, Warlock. Welcome to the stream. Okay, what I'm going to do now is, even though this has been calculated, I just want to make sure that we're actually picking up, we're checking all those enemies. So what I'm going to do in the behaviors, I believe we can set a colour, exit if stunned, yes. I'm just going to try and set another colour. I think this might work. He's stunned, jump behaviors, stunned, update. Okay, jump behaviors, stunned, update. So that is jumping into here, which is setting the colour here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure it doesn't do this, and instead we just RTS straight away. Okay. As I say, this is going to take a little while to get back into, so I'm just going to set the color to something completely different. So let's go for white, and then I'm going to RTS. So now, if the player is facing left, every enemy should, every single enemy should go white. Okay, so let's try that. We don't even get a compile. Why are we not getting compile? Player.player state. Come on, why? Player. Oh, because I need to grab player 1 state, that's why. So one thing I have started doing, I might as well do it here actually as well, is doing things like that. So where I've got multiple things and they've got kind of numbers, just have a root label as well. Actually no, I won't do that on here, but it's a good thing to do sometimes. Just use an extra label just to create that easier to read code basically. Right, let's give that a try. So hopefully we're looking for everything to go white when I enter eat mode facing left if they're stunned, so only if they're stunned. So if I enter eat mode now, that's not eat mode, there we go, nothing happens. If I stun, okay, it's not gone white, so it's like that code's not being hit at all. Thank you for the follow, DadWTL. Welcome to the stream. And thank you for the follow, Wardrobe UK as well. Okay, so something is not happening in here. Let's put some. Well, let's stick a breakpoint in. That's always a good start. See if we actually get to this point at all. Let's start by putting the breakpoint in up here. Check versus play. I have a funny feeling we're not even getting into this for some reason. Invalid token. I've left a dot in somewhere. Oh god, it is really warm in here. I think I need to get my little desk fan out. Whatever the hell it is. So when I go for, I'm going to go for a break in about 10 minutes. When I do that, I'll grab that. It's all the heat from that thing. Okay, so that function is being called. Okay. It's definitely being called because we're hitting the breakpoint every time. Okay, so next thing to check is, are we getting to player facing left? So we should be grabbing the player state, and we're definitely incrementing here. It's a macro, so we don't need the RTS here. The only reason, oh, actually we've got an RTS here. But this is, this should be fine. I think this is okay. In fact, if I put the RTS there, it should be fine. Okay. Okay, so facing right, nothing. Oh. Because the moment I turned left, I didn't even have to be in the eat mode. So there's the first optimization we need to do. We need to make sure that only if the player is in the eat mode do we do this. Otherwise it's pointless. So we grab the player position here. We should probably do that only if only if this is correct as well. Yeah, let's do that. So we do it up here. Is it state eating? I think it is state eating, isn't it? State eating, yeah. Okay. And if the player is not eating, then we don't need to do anything, and we can go straight to the end, which I'm going to store that Y up here just to make it a bit easier. And then I can put, so here we go. So now it should only do it if we are facing left and we enter the eat mode. So face left, it's fine. And if I enter eat mode, yeah, there we go. So it has got into there indeed. So why didn't it do the enemy color? Set enemy color. Should definitely be setting that correctly. Let's go and have a look at that, what that macro actually does. It just stores a value in enemy color. Come on, as well. Let's just do that manually. There's no need to use the macro for a test like this. Until we get rid of the break. Don't want it to break all the time. Yeah. Okay. Nothing seems to be setting its colour for some reason. Oh, because they need to be stunned, that's why. There we go. Nope. Okay, interesting. So let's follow this through. We would set the enemy colour. We would go through this loop and then we return. And this is the exit if stunned. And exit is there. Stun behavior update. Okay. Oh, this is okay. This isn't a macro, this is a routine, so I'm just going to pop off the return address so that it actually returns from the parent one. So this is like doing kind of like doing break in JavaScript. It lets you when I call this return, instead of returning from this function to here, it's going to return to the parent, to whatever's called this. So it's going to actually return back to the behavior itself. I'll probably go over that in a bit more detail at some point, because using the stack to manipulate things like that is quite useful. The problem is now we're not getting any enemies at all because the behavior is automatically exiting all the time. So let me crap. Okay. I think we need to add a new flag into the enemies, don't we, so that they're being eaten, which makes a lot of sense. Actually, we definitely need to do that. Okay, let's do that. It's just for debugging purposes anyway, so I'm going to remove that. Okay, what we're going to do, so the problem is that this colour, when we set this colour, what this routine does is if the enemy is stunned, which it is, even when this runs, it is definitely stunned, it runs this function. In fact, we should probably move that to here, so we only do the check if the enemy is stunned. If the enemy isn't stunned, we don't do any check. So for performance reason, it makes more sense for that to be there. It jumps to this behavior update, this stun behavior update, and that is a shared behavior that all the enemies have. I'm going to reduce the font down ever so slightly because I'm struggling to see it all on screen at once. So we've got this stun behavior update here, and this has all the colour setting that we need for a stunned enemy. We could actually, what we can do, check versus player eat. So if the player is eating it, how's this going to work with two players? Because if two players try and eat something, they're both going to get the flag that says that they can eat it. So which one takes priority at that point? Okay, let's worry about that later on. I think for now, let's just get everything in correctly. Okay, so I'm thinking if we, at this point, somewhere in here, we know we've eaten it. The check is we're checking both players, checking if they're close enough. There's a check for player facing left, there's a check for player facing right, and at the end of here, there'll be some kind of flag that we set. So it could be as simple as just setting the carry flag here or clearing the carry flag here, based on these values. Trying to think what's the best way to do this now. Because what I'm thinking is instead of always jumping to this, we can have another behavior here. So we could have like and then this is the one that actually does the movement. So there'd be an initial setup, which we can call in here, and then there'd be this behavior here. We just need the result of this to decide which one of these gets called. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go for a quick break. I'm going to grab my fan, so it might be a little bit longer than usual, but I'll try and be no longer than 5 minutes. And then when I come back, we'll work this out. I think what the way to do this is to have this return a flag to say whether or not the enemy is in this state or in this state, and then decide which of these behaviors to jump to. I think that's probably the safest way to make this work. Yeah, I'll have a think when I come back. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Be right back. And I'm back, guys. Oh, raid. Color raid. Hi, Color. Hi, everyone from Color's stream. What have you been doing tonight? Let's see. Yeah, I missed that one. Sorry, guys. Welcome along, everybody who's come along with Color. So I'm Sharon 50k. I do C64 programming and game dissection as well. So tonight we're looking at our game that we've been working on for the past few months. 19 streams now, actually. It's going on. But it's coming along. It's nice. And yeah, I do this on Saturdays, and on Thursdays we dissect a game, or we look at techniques that are used in games and figure out how they're done. Predominantly C64. Let's see. Get the right windows open so I can see stuff. There we go. And yeah, welcome, guys. So before the break, I was going to create some kind of switch into these two behaviors here. So I think the way I'm going to do it is, instead of instead of jumping into that as a subroutine, I'm just going to jump straight into here, and then the default behavior at the end of this routine, so if nothing's happened, we'll just jump to the normal stun behavior. However, if something has happened, we can jump to our new behavior here. I think that's probably going to be the best way to do this. Yeah, I think so. Right. So we need an absorb behavior in here. Absorb. That's much better with that fan. Hopefully you can't hear that fan on the mic. It's not that powerful. Problem is, the way I've arranged my room now, my fan's over the other side, so I don't have direct access to it when I'm coding. So we'll just do we'll just set the enemy color and return from that behavior. It doesn't directly jump, so we know, but you can create your own commands as well. So you can create macro commands. So you could do the same thing. Oh, it's British. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, you could do that with macros as well. I think it's good practice to understand why you have to do that as well. I've talked about that a few times actually, when we've gone into jumps that are longer than 128 bytes, like the mentality of just switching that and doing a branch of equal over the jump. Okay, so hopefully now, no, still not getting. Oh, I noticed they stopped doing their flash though. So something's happening, and it's definitely only doing it to the ones on that side. So if I stun one on that side, stun one on that side, it does stop the behavior. So when they start flashing, which I can't remember how long I set now, long enough for it to be annoying to wait for it. There we go. Actually, it stops both of them. It's stopping both because there's no check to see actually which side the enemy's on at the moment, only that the player is facing left. So we are getting into that behavior, it's just not setting the colours correctly. So we can probably, if I just do, I don't know why it's not just picking up. Let's just try setting the colour like that, see if that makes any difference. Yeah. You kind of get used to it after a while. I mean, I've got used to, if I see the branch instruction is too long, then I know how to very quickly go in and change it, and I think it's good to know that sort of thing as well. Right, okay. I don't know why it's not setting the colours. It should be setting the enemy colours. It's definitely getting into that function. So if I put a breakpoint in that behaviour, if I stick a break here, we should definitely get a break when an enemy is stunned and I do that. So let me stun an enemy. So not on that side, but on that side, yeah, we definitely get a break. So it's definitely happening. We could do with a setup function in here as well, and the setup function will change the sprite for that enemy. So we'll work that out in a minute. I would like to get this colour working though. It's a bit frustrating that it's not happening. Let's go through the macro again. So we come into this macro will either skip over this bit and just carry on doing the rest of the behavior. So let's have a look at an enemy behavior. An enemy behavior has an update. First thing it does is exit if it's stunned. So if it is stunned, it doesn't do any of this. If it isn't stunned, it will just continue with this bit here, and that's because this check here just jumps over and continues running the code. Otherwise it jumps into this function. This function will then check through each player facing left and facing right. Let's keep that kind of code, kind of try and keep it neat and together. And if the player is indeed facing the right direction and the enemy is in the right position at the moment, just anywhere on the screen, we'll enhance this to check the distance in a minute. Then it will jump into this update function in the absorb behavior. Otherwise the result will be it will jump to the stun behavior update instead. We may need to move this because at the moment it's the first player that has it in range and is eating will grab it. So actually it's probably going to be alright. There probably won't be a fight between the two, because once an enemy starts being absorbed, it can't be absorbed by anybody else. So there'll be another check in here for that. This was always going to be a confusing function anyway, so I expected this to be like this. This wine is really nice. I think this is my new favourite actually. Also, I'm getting through the bottle rather quick. I mean, I'm down to a quarter of a bottle or so. Also, I put the right screen on, then I can see what I'm doing. Okay. So the question is, why are we not getting the correct behavior in here? So in the stun behavior, using the X register, but at this point we're not seeing this enemy color change at all for some reason. Do we have to do position enemy again? Maybe we need to call this. Maybe it doesn't do anything unless I do this. I don't think it is, but let me just check. It's a very good chance. Oh, it does set the colors as well. Okay, so position is actually position and color, so this should work now. Prince Phase 101, hello, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Just trying to refresh my mind on how all this code works. I've looked at so many pieces of code since I last looked at this. Completely forgotten how this all works now. So if I stun a couple of enemies, face that way, nothing. Face this way, I get the break. Ah, damn it! I should have taken the break point out. But you see, they did flicker white. Okay. So the reason I want this white flash, or the white kind of behavior, so I can see if things are in the right range or not. So at the moment, as you'll see, every enemy that's stunned goes white at the moment. I can't move, which is correct. But really, this one wouldn't go white. This one probably wouldn't go white either. It's too far away. I would expect only like that sort of distance that I would get this one go white. So that's what we're going to do now. We're going to try and get this routine to only highlight the things in white which actually are close enough to be eaten. Okay, Jan Vermeer, I keep forgetting that if I see a J in a name, it's almost always a Y, especially if it's Jan like that. Take care. Thanks for coming along. Yeah, unfortunately my downfall is being English, so J's are always J's. They're never Y's. And unfortunately, we're in the minority, I think, really, when it comes to the world's languages. Good night, Richmond Mike. Thanks for joining. We need more drunk streams from you, Mike. That was really good fun last night. Okay. So, now we've got that behaviour working. Well, the kind of intended output from that behaviour. For now, we can start working out a bit more on this. So we're going to have to do the same for player facing right, but with a slightly different algorithm. But let's do just player left for now. So at this point we should have a value in xdiff. So xdiff is a vector 5, and that is at, let's have a look, 2, 3, 4, 2, so that's 11, 12, 14, 16, 18. So I just want to see where that is in memory. I've lost where I'm at now. Where is it? There it is. I just want to see if that value looks correct. So I'm going to put a breakpoint in again. And generally the world will have to pronounce the British way. Surely it's January. Okay, there we go. So unfortunately I can't make the text any bigger on this, but hopefully with a 1080p stream you should be able to see this a little bit easier now. So we've got all these values. We've stored it in, where was it? Vector 5 should be our difference. Actually, I'm not sure vector 5 is correct. So hang on. So this is vector 1, vector 2, vector 3, vector 4. Apparently this is vector 5. That's way too big. Why is that so big? Because I'm taking the wrong values. I've done the wrong values there. There we go. Yeah, so I think I'm going to start either doing it on the Thursday stream or maybe a kind of an impromptu kind of weekday stream when no one else is streaming. Do another game development stream, but with one of my existing projects. Oops. Just because I think it's handy to have. There we go. 15. See, this looks like this player here, this character here is just 15 away from us, but in the positive axis. So this is no good for us. We want stuff that's in the negative axis. However, we do need to. I do want to deal with it in positive values. So I'm going to flip this subtraction around and do it the other way. Yeah, I think the code streams are really useful. I definitely feel more comfortable doing the code streams than I do the dissect streams. I do enjoy the dissect streams. They are a lot of fun. But I would like to kind of do more game development, and I do have a lot of projects, and I feel like if I'm doing them on stream I've got more motivation to kind of get these things done. So I may start doing either one extra stream a week if I don't want to do it if other people are streaming, just when there's no one else streaming, or I may do the odd Thursday one as well. Yeah. Vector 5, yeah. Yeah, the code. I definitely feel more comfortable with the code streams, and I'm finding that the sometimes the dissect streams they really take it out of me, because I spend a lot of time preparing for them beforehand, and sometimes I just don't get anywhere with them as well. They can be quite disheartening at times. I like the kind of exploring nature of, like, when we look at demos and stuff. I find that quite interesting. I do like looking at the games as well, but with a game, I don't just want it to be. I don't just want it to be. We just look at it in the debugger. I would like to change things in the game. That's what things make. That's what makes it more fun, when we can actually change things in the game. But unfortunately, getting that set up can be really, really difficult sometimes. Game streams would be better, yeah. And I have got a lot of games that I need to start looking at. So yeah, I think I'll mix it up a little bit. I only really want to do a dissect stream if I know for sure. See, that's 5B, that's correct. So this value, so it found one behind us, FF86, further behind, then this is in front, and that's correct. So now these values are good. I only really want to do the dissect stream if I absolutely can guarantee that I can create a launchable version of the game. Rainbow Islands should have been very simple. I mean, getting the game out was quite simple, but getting it to actually work when it was compiled was a nightmare. Thank you for the follow, Tiago Ramosel. Welcome to the stream. And you know, it's these streams should be fun for me as well. So I think it makes more sense for me to do some game development stuff. And I just like to. I've got so many projects on. I'd like to share some of them with you as well. I mean, some of them I can't. Some of them I'm kind of. They're a little bit secretive, so I can't really do anything about. But there's things like Parasol Stars is a game I'd like to pick up again at some point, and that might be an interesting one to do on the stream. The potential for having Tato on board for that kind of fell through, so yeah, Hackmuffin, this is not going to be ready by the end of the year. Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff. There's a few other game ideas I've got floating around in my head. There's some stuff I've started. There's some stuff I'm working on. Dot Cosmos 2 I won't stream, unfortunately, because I want as much of that to stay a surprise as possible. I realised I'd been sharing so much of that actually there's very little in the game you haven't seen, so I'm starting to, well, I have been dialing that back quite a lot and keeping it to myself for that reason. But there's other games as well, so we can look at those. How about demo scenes dissection? Yeah, demo dissections I like. They've been quite good fun actually, because I'm not expecting to recompile them or change anything. We're just digging into how they work and see what they do. One thing I was considering doing as well is we look at some demos one week, and then we find some demos we like the effects in, and then the next week we just recreate some of the effects that we've seen. Yeah, the Lunar stream was really good. That's what I want to do when I do my game stream. It will be more like that. It will more just be full. It will just be me developing with a bit of commentary as we go, but not too much. I did really enjoy that. I liked the challenge of that. Okay, so I've confirmed now that the absorb behavior is being called correctly. And I've confirmed that this difference here is correct based on the player. So I need to press a button or else my TV will go off. We do get a lot of tangents on a Saturday, yeah. So now I need to check, first of all, if this value here, which is already in the accumulator, is negative or not. So I can check if it is negative. I need to jump to the end. There's nothing for me to do here, and skip. So now I should only get the ones that are in front of me. Whole weekend stream, I didn't dare. Maybe. Okay, so I should only see the one in front of me go white. There we go. If I go here, yeah, perfect. So now it's only picking up the ones in front of me. Cool. So next I need to okay, so this check here, if enemy in front of player, and now we need to check if the distance is small enough as well. So I think if this value is not 0, then it's more than 256 things away, so also jump to the end there. Otherwise we need to check that this value here is less than a certain value. So let's create a threshold. Let's do let's do 30 for now. We can, as hex 30, we can adjust this at some point. So we compare with the X threshold. Is enemy in range on X? And we need to do this all again with the Y, but we won't need to check if it's in front or behind with the Y. We'll just check the range is within a certain value. I'm going to slide the enemy close. No, it's going to move towards the player as well. So they will move towards the player, and then they will start. When they hit the player, then they'll start absorbing. So it makes it important for you to be as close as possible to an enemy to speed up the amount of time that you're frozen in place, I think. Yeah, as much as I'd like to do another game competition, I think I don't know. I'll have to see. I've got a couple of 16 kilobyte game ideas. I was kind of hoping there'd be another 16 kilobyte competition next year to enter this into, as well as one of the ideas that I've got, but if not, that's fine. I've also got an idea for an endless runner in the .cosmos universe. So it's .cosmos endless runner basically, but with scenery switching as you go. So as well as just running and jumping over gaps and stuff, you sometimes have to change between timelines to get past certain points. So that's something I'd like to do at some point. Maybe that's what I could do on the other game stream. Yeah, and there's a hardware side as well. So sometimes I'd like to maybe do some of the hardware stuff. I've got all the crap back there to do, all the soldering, making cartridges and stuff. I've got the 3D printer there, which I need to fire up again at some point. Endless Runner shouldn't be too hard because I would be using the .cosmos graphics and a routine similar to what we've got in Luna for generating landscape ahead. It would be a bit more complex than Luna, but it would be along the same lines where it just randomly creates them. So what I'm doing here is I'm taking the least significant byte of the difference, I'm comparing it to the threshold, if the carry flag is set, then it's at or above the threshold, and I can skip over. Otherwise, we do this. So now this should only work on stuff that's really close to the player. So let's freeze a load quite close by. Let's zoom over this side. Oh, CPU jam. Oh. Oh crap, that's not good. Why are we getting a CPU jam there? Okay, let's have a look what's around my area. So we've got it's just spawn enemies. Why did it jump into the middle of something? That's unusual. Crap. This is where actually it's going to be too late because I need to be connected, unfortunately. Yeah, it's not going to work though at this point, right? Because don't I need it's connected. It's not going to work at this point. I do need to spend some time with Carl. I haven't seen him on here tonight actually. I need to spend some time with Carl to work out how to make this work perfectly for what I need. I may have to just get used to keeping this loaded at all times. I think the problem is because I didn't have it loaded in. Yeah, so I need to keep this loaded at all times, right, Carl? You have to start Vice for the remote first and then reproduce the crash. Yeah, so yeah, I'll do it afterwards. Hopefully that's reproducible at some point. That's really frustrating. I hate CPU jams. It's one of the reasons I'm kind of looking forward to using Carl's debug tool. Oh, what is going on there? I feel like I've seriously broken something here. Okay, I'm not sure why this would have broken anything. Let's see if there's a JSR. Yeah, that's normally how I do it in the debugger as well. I look through the stack to see if there's anything. There's definitely something not right. Okay. Okay, so this is kind of cool. This is, you see the ones that go white are the ones that are in range. If I stand right here, actually neither of them are in range there. There we go. So in range. Unfortunately trying to get, there we go, right, 2 in range. Oh man, finding all the bugs today. Okay, cool. No, I don't have that breakpoint anymore. Yeah, I took it out. There's some weird stuff going on. This is fine. I knew this stream was going to be a bit slower than normal. I wasn't expecting to find 3 bugs in the space of a minute, but I did. It seems like you can somehow get stuck on it on the wall down here. I'm not sure how, because I can't do it now. So I don't know if anyone on Flubits can try and replicate that. I could get stuck down there. Yeah, I do need to start integrating IceBro into my flow a little bit more. so I can find these things and rewind. Never mind, we'll figure it out eventually. Okay, so we'll just have to keep our eye out for that happening again. Actually, if I keep this open, I believe let's just have a look at my properties. Preferences, Sublime preferences. Remote monitor, yeah. So I have remote monitor set up on my build, so it should launch with remote monitor every time. Can't connect to FluBits. Okay, let me double check that I'm actually on. It says that I'm on. FluBits not working. Okay. Oh, it does say that I'm on that workspace for some reason. Anyone else having issues with FluBits, or is anybody else connected to FluBits successfully? So we can just rule out if it's just Amox's machine or it's more than that. So if I run this now, and now I'm connected, right? So now if I get a CPU jam, which I'm probably not going to get now, still got the floor colouring going on as well. We need to deal with that at some point. I'm hoping we've still got the raster time to do that. Yeah, I'm not getting anything, but say I press pause now. Is this my code? Files are read only. Seems to be connected okay here. Ah, okay. Yeah, the files are read only. You can't edit them. That's deliberate. Otherwise, I'd have a million people. Well, not a million, but I'd have quite a lot of people connecting to it and potentially changing things on the fly, which I wouldn't want. Am I actually? I can't work out if this is actually connected to it at this point. I feel like it is. Well, let's not waste too much time. Let's not waste too much time on this for now. Let's, I will spend some time with Carl to work this out properly, but I'll do it off stream. So press tab in the code. All right, let's give one more try then. Okay, so open up Ice Pro, load up the game. Okay, so it is connected. And then if I press pause, tab, oh, there we go. And then, oh yes, I can see now. And if I go backwards, okay, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. See, yeah. I think I will return with X in the console. And if we get a CPU jam again, I'll go through it. I'll go and have a look at the stack and see what's going on. Player could just runs it in the sandbox. Okay, right. Okay, fine. So we have the enemies correctly highlighting when they're in range. So 2 in range there. No, 1, 2, still 2. Those 2, but not that one there. So this is good. We can change that. That's just the threshold value, and we've not got anything on the right yet. But let's finish off the one on the left first. So the other problem we've got now is that it's doing everything in the vertical. So we need to change that so it only does ones within a certain range of us. So in our enemy behavior again, so at this point here we know that it's in the correct X range, so now we want to do the same thing for the Y range. I'm going to change this to XY diff because we don't actually need to store them separately. We can use both. We can use the vector for both X and Y diff, so we'll use it here for X. And now we'll do the same for player is in Y range, and we'll make the threshold slightly less for the Y because I think it should be kind of more level with the player. I'm going to make it half of that amount, and so we basically need to do the same thing we've done here. But with player Y. So now we're setting up the player X here, which is this bit here. But player Y, player Y is only one value here, so actually we can. There's no fractional on the player Y. I don't know why. It just isn't. So actually we don't need to do anything quite as complicated as the last one. So we can load player 1Y, subtract hang on, I need to think about this because okay, so this is the bit we need to do. So that if you imagine if our player is at 0 and the enemy is above us, then actually let's do, we're going to be at 0. So it says it's 60 and the enemy is above us. The value that we're going to get out is going to be 40, right? If the enemy is below us by the same amount, then actually the value we're going to get out is going to be player minus, it's going to be minus 40. And so what we kind of need is we need the equivalent of ABS difference is less than threshold. That's what we need. However, doing this ABS is a little bit tricky because 40 is, let's do it's 32 actually. So if this was 28 and this was 92, so it's either going to be from minus 32 to 32. Now, to check if a number falls within this range, we need to add this threshold to it. So if we take this number and the threshold is 30 and we add 30 to both of these numbers, so the numbers now become minus 2 and 62. So now this is the range that we're looking at, and we can check these numbers. So if the number is negative, it's definitely not within the threshold, And if the number is less than, so we do diff plus y threshold is less than y threshold times 2. There we go. And not negative. So in this case it fails, this check fails, because this one is negative, so this is outside the range, and this is more than the y threshold times 2. So if the number was less, so if instead we had 28, like so it's 28 away in both directions, now what we get is, so this would be minus 28, so this now becomes 2, and this would be 28 plus threshold, so this would be 58. So both of these are now within range because both of them follow this. So not plus 1, so it's a lot of work. Yeah, shows two complement invert bits and add 1. Yeah, we could do it like that as well. Yeah, so one way would be to, but then you'd have to have a branch in the middle, and you'd have to check that it was negative first. So if it was negative, then you'd have to flip it, and then you could do the comparison. But I think if we do it this way, so right, let's get rid of all of that. We don't need that. So we've got the player Y. We take the enemy position Y. 1, I think, is the only thing we need here. Yeah, because this is enemies do have fractional y for some reason, but the player doesn't. Strange decision. So now our number is either in range or not. So we take that number, clear the carry bit, add the threshold. And then divide it by 2. We now have that comparison, and so we can just do compare with y threshold, and if it's more, jump to end. Cool, there we go. I hope that made sense, guys. I hope you can understand what I was doing there. So now we've done that in 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 cycles. That's fine, I think. Has that camera froze? No, I thought that camera had frozen. I've been having a lot of issues with this weird camera. I don't know why. The same make as the other one. I think there's a slightly lesser version of it, but it's so annoying. It seems to be Logitech don't let you have two things running easily. There's no reason I can't do 1080p on both of these cameras, but for some reason I can't. So the only thing we haven't taken account of here is that we're comparing the top left of a sprite to the top left of a sprite. So what we should probably be doing is checking from the middle of the sprite. So we'll make that change shortly, but just by adding some values to these before we do the subtractions, or adding them at the end. It doesn't really matter where we do it, but we definitely should be not comparing the top left corner. We should be comparing the middle of the sprite. But for now, this is fine for testing purposes. This should be player.player1, and it should be comma y, I believe. Where was that y bashed? The y is bashed here, so I need to load it back in again. do load it in again here, but there's no guarantee that this is going to be that this is going to have happened before it, so I'm always going to load it in again here. Have you ever found sprite collision interrupts actually useful? I mean, generally no, they're not that useful. Why's that gone off? Oh, there we go. They're not great because they just don't have enough information. I mean, all you can tell is that some sprites have collided. You can't really tell if multiple sprites have collided at different areas of the screen. So if you get 2 on one side of the screen and 2 on the other side of the screen, all you know is that 4 sprites have collided. You can't tell which have collided into which. So generally no. It's kind of very situational though as well. So I did use them in .cosmos 1 for the doors, and well, just for collision in general. And I was just careful to design it so that you could never, sprites would never overlap. Only the player could overlap with the sprite. They used in Luna as well, just for speed purposes. It was quicker because it was a 12-hour stream. It was easier just to use them than it was to try and write a sprite collision handler from scratch. So they do have their uses, but I mean generally no, they're not that great. What you can do though is you can use them to work out if you need to do any sprite collision stuff. So you could have a sprite collision handler, interrupt handler that triggers when some sprites collide, but then it's that function that actually does the in detail comparison between the sprites, so you're not having to do it every frame. So you can use it for kind of performance reasons, but yeah, partially empty but logically filled. Yeah, so if you've got like transparency, or what you would call transparency, where you are technically supposed to have collision there, then you'll have problems. Yeah. But I mean, to say they're completely useless is wrong. They do have a purpose, and they, as I say, we did use them in Luna, just because it was quicker than spending a little bit of time trying to write a collision handler. Time was very limited on that game, so now they should be fine. That's not because it's too far away, but if I go down, it's fine. I need to get one on the ledge above just to check that it works up here as well. There we go. So yeah, works there. Does not work there. Works there. Okay, cool. Cool, that looks pretty good. Okay, let's add some center of the sprite stuff in. I could, but unfortunately I've already got the other player connected up to the second joystick, and the work it would take to turn that off is probably not worth it. It's fine as it is, I think. Okay, so this isn't that bad. I mean, it looks like this is quite efficient. I don't think there's much that we need to do to make it more efficient. However, we do need to adjust the position a little bit. So what I'm going to do is, instead of moving, so if we imagine we've got I'm going to draw some sprites as stars. If you just imagine a sprite like that, and we're checking the distance between the two sprites by checking the distance from here to here. So I'm going to put dots where they are, right? So that's the distance we're checking, but we need to actually be checking this distance here. Let's do dashes here. Now it's the same distance, but we'll get... Actually, is this going to make any difference whatsoever? Yes, it is, isn't it? Because it only counts as negative. It's the switch between positive and negative that's the problem. And at the moment, if the count is in the top, if the index is in the top corner like that, the origin is in the top corner, then you're only going into negative, into positive when the sprite is 1 pixel below here, and you go into negative when it's 1 pixel above here. So it's not quite right. It should be... Hang on. Is this going to make any difference? It's not going to make a difference. I need to think about this. Do you know what? It's perfect. I seem to, whenever I get to cigarette break time, it's good thinking time. So I need to overthink about this, but I'm pretty sure we need to do this from the middle of sprites. I've had issues, not just in Commodore, in everything I've ever done with indexes in the top corner. We should be thinking about things from the center of the sprites. But for some reason my brain is saying that that's fine. I may have to leave this until next time. It might be one of those where the alcohol's kicked in and I can't think straight about those things. So I'm going to take a few minutes break to have a cigarette. Probably go and get another bottle of wine because this one's coming to its end. Let's pour my last glass. Actually, no, I've probably got 2 glasses here. No, 1 glass. Alright, I'll grab another bottle of wine. It's good stuff, that. I definitely recommend it. The red wine is really nice as well. So if you like a good Spanish red wine, their Rioja's really nice. Alright, I'm going to take 2 minutes, grab this wine, have a cigarette. When I come back, I don't think we'll mess around with this bit yet. I think we'll just get on and do the right hand side as well. Alright, be right back, guys. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Sigurd Bjorn, because I've just walked outside and realised it doesn't make a blind bit of difference where we check from. It's the distance between the sprites. The distance between the sprites is going to be the same if we check from the middle or from the top corner. It really doesn't matter at all. And you're right, I think going outside and having a cigarette really kind of helps me think that through. So good news, we don't need to do anything. So okay, with that working now, let's copy it over to the right hand side as well. I feel like we could do this clever and just have 1 check, but no, I'm gonna do it separate, 1 for each side, because after alcohol I'm just gonna, because I know we're gonna have to do the subtraction the other way around, and it's gonna get confusing. Otherwise I'd have to invert the numbers or something. Actually, yeah, I could just invert the numbers. Let me think about this. No, it's 1 for refactoring later. I think I'm not gonna. I want to get this working rather than spend time making it beautiful. So we'll do the same check on the right hand side. So now we're doing the same check on the right. So we need to flip these 2 things around. So basically this needs to be the subtract and this needs to be the load. Same with this one here. This needs to be the load. This needs to be the subtract. And that's fine. The thresholds are the same, they don't change. And we just need to do the same here. You see what I mean? There's not a lot of difference between these 2 chunks of code. So, oops. If I was to do this neatly and cared about space, and kind of reusability of the code. I mean, now if I've got a problem with this, I've got to fix it in 2 places. Then I would probably refactor this so it worked both ways. But now this should hopefully just work for the right hand side as well. Okay, so we've got one of these jump distance things. So I'll go through again. I do this every time we get one of these. I'll explain how we fix this. So the problem is that this branch is too long. So the trick is you create a label ahead. You invert this instruction, and you get it to jump to the new label, and then on the next line do a jump like that. So just to show that again, if you've got a jump distance that's too long for a branch, invert the branch to a new label, jump to the old label on the next line, and then create your new label there like so. Hi Useless Pony, welcome to the stream. How's the game making going? It's going. I wouldn't say it's the fastest thing in the world. We've not touched the game for quite a while, so it's getting back into the swing of things. We're currently trying to get the eat animation working, so we're just trying to get range to enemies working. So these enemies that go white mean they're able to be absorbed by the player's eat animation. And it should work in both directions now as well, which it does. So we're actually almost there now. I think we can start looking at kind of setting up the animation that we've got here. So I need to refresh my mind on how we actually initialize this. So here's where we generate the sprites. Now I cannot for the life of me remember what this function does, so we need to go and have a look at this. I know it generates the sprites in memory. In fact, we can have a look in let's have a look in SpritePad. That's probably the best place to start, if I can even remember. I've only just downloaded SpritePad as well. I realised I hadn't installed it. I need to take a fresh image of my machine actually. Assets, here we are, sprites. Oh, I think we loaded them in lots of different, yeah, we had lots of different files for them. Okay. And these were the two squash sprites, okay. Let's just catch up with chat. If you want to optimize, so usually there's a series of branches, make the first one branch backwards. Yeah, I mean the optimization there would definitely be to just have this run once. I think the optimization actually would be to, as soon as these values have been created, before you do any checks on them here, before you do these checks, is change these values. So if you're facing left, they need to be as they are now here. But if you're facing right, then you just need to invert these values. So you would EOR both the values and add one, and then it would work the same way. However, I mean, there's a lot of this already in this game. I'm not too fussed about going into too much detail about optimization. I just kind of want to get things done now. Backward branching, I was able to following that flow. I had to change one branch in my case. Backward branching in the case of the bit we're having a function with an edge point somewhere in the middle. Yep. The sprites to squish enemies. Okay, so yeah, what we need to do is I need to figure out exactly where these are in memory. And how they generate. So let's go and have a look at this function. I think it was in here. That's it. Okay. Sprite point to generate from. Okay, so this generates a new sprite and it stores it in memory somewhere. But I remember that now. Okay, so the sprite pointer is 10 here, and that's because in our asset loading, where's our assets? Assets. No, where's our assets actually? Oh, again, things are loaded in some strange places. So enemy sprites start at C400, player sprites start at D100. So these are the enemy sprites, and that is frame 16 or 10 in hexadecimal. Do that so I can tell it's 1040. And that is this sprite here. And then the question is, where does it store them? That's the important bit. That's the bit we really need to know. Let's just close some of these down that we don't need. Actually, that's it. That's the only one I don't need. Sprite target. There we go. So where is sprite target? That's our warp table. Copy sprite flipped as well. So I think we did. Where are we storing these? Sprite target. Where is that being set? That doesn't seem to be. Ah, 6000. So in fact, to tell you what we can do, if we just create a snapshot of the game, so we've generated these sprites now. So as soon as the game's loaded, the sprites are generated. So I'm just going to take a snapshot. I'll put it on my desktop, just call it 1, that's fine. The usual crash from Vice when I do that. And then import Vice snapshot so we can see exactly what's going on. Because I think, if I remember rightly, we created 2 copies of the sprite, one facing left and one facing right. So I just want to check that. So it's in this bank here. Yes. So it creates. I don't know if you can see that. Let's scroll down into it a bit here. So it creates one sprite being absorbed to the left, and then one's being absorbed to the right. I don't know why there's another one here. Maybe we're calling it twice. Yeah, we're calling it twice. There we go. I think we're just proving that it actually queues them up in memory. Okay. So what we need to do now is we need to copy these into a sprite at the same time. Now only we've got a little bit of a problem here as well, because if we can absorb multiple enemies at the same time, then we're going to need multiple sprites in order to multiple sprite locations in memory in order to be able to copy these into. So just think, how can we do this? So we look at our enemy sprites. So this is, how many sprites is this? This is 48 sprites. Now our sprite list gives us 48 sprites up to here. We're using screen RAM is at C00, which is taken there. Our font is at F00. So we've actually got a load of play sprites here which we can't touch. I would say we should be putting enemy sprites up close to this area, so the warp sprites. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create, how many sprites do we have? We have five potential enemies on the screen at one time, so we're only ever going to need 5. So there's going to be a location here, so it's going to be, I'm actually going to put it in here so I can remember for next time. So it's going to be from EEC0, and this is going to be dynamic sprite absorb frames. Oops.
The only reason I'm adding it in here is just so I can remember what it is. And this is going to be 5 lots of 64, and we'll just fill it with zeros for now, it's fine. But this is going to be our location. So sprite frame wise, this is going to be 189, 187. So it's going to be frame 187 to 191. Or in hexadecimal, that is going to be B C D E B to BF. Okay, I think that's right. Let me think about that. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so actually what I'm going to do, just to confirm, I'm going to fill them with FF. It doesn't really matter what we fill them with here, it's not important. I mean, it might be for compression, but even this for compression, this is going to be a very, very, very small, you know, maybe 4 or 5 bytes or something in the final compressed file. So in our enemy macro here, no, sorry, not in the behaviors, we've got this set up. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set the enemy frame to point to something else. Do we have something which sets the frame already? Set enemy frame. There we go. And if I just set that to BB for now, everyone will be BB. So what should happen now? Well, it's nothing at the moment because we're not calling this. In our enemy macro, so in here, so we'll need to do another check in here shortly to make sure that this only gets called once, this setup behavior. But for now we'll just put it there. And I just want to see if now that the sprite frame changes. And now that is too long. 242 macros. Yeah, this is too long. Okay, so again, reverse it. Add another label. Jump, add the label in, there we go. So hopefully now, if I stun something and see it turns into that FF sprite, which is fine. I think hopefully it should resolve in a minute and just go back to normal once the flashing starts. Hopefully it does anyway, it might not do. We shall see. Yep, there we go. Okay, cool. So, actually the setup is probably fine being called each frame for now. Because this is just ensuring that we've got the right frame that's being accessed. So in our behavior here, this actually needs to be whatever it basically needs to be this, but obviously we can't pass that in, so we're gonna have to find a way to do that. Now if I did this macro right, yes, so if we just pass in null here, it will use whatever's in the accumulator. So what we can do is transfer X to the accumulator, and now we get a different one depending on which frame it is. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to test that out by creating in our assets file 4 different fills for 5 different fills for 5 different enemies. These are multicolor, so let's do CC, let's do AA, let's do 5 and C5. There we go. So it creates 5 different fills now. So depending on which enemy we hit, we should see a different frame. Hope you guys are following this. If there's anything you're confused about, please ask questions. Okay, so am I going to get over in time? See a different colour there, yeah. I mean, it's going white, which is a bit annoying, but okay, it hasn't, for some reason that one hasn't reverted its frame, but that's probably just because it doesn't have an animation. So these ones that don't have animations, not that it matters, because yeah, there we go, that's fine. So the flying ones are going to fail all the time to revert back. These ones won't, and that's just because there's no other in the behavior for these. There's no other set frame. Once the frame is set, that's it. They don't do anything. So this is our flying enemy. It has no set frame in here anywhere. It has it in the on spawn. If I was to put that in here, for instance, then it would fix it. But we don't actually need that, because if they start absorbing, that's fine. Thank you for the follow, Princess Smooth. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I need to get through this wine. I've got a second bottle of wine. So this is my usual. This is my previous favourite, the Casillero del Diablo, the Chilean Chardonnay. It's a very nice wine, but I do think the Rioja has beat it. I think that's actually my new favourite wine. But considering it was, I think it was about £3 more for a bottle than this one, that's probably makes sense, I guess. Okay, let's freeze these now. Hopefully they should return back. Not that it matters. I think I'm going to remove that code. I just, for my own sanity, I just want to make sure that they're working correctly. Okay, so I should expect all of these to return to their normal states. Oh, that one didn't actually. And I don't think this one will either. Okay, not sure why that's the case. Set enemy frame. Oh, that was the walk one. It's this one we should have done it in. Yeah, this is the fly one. Damn it, I just had the wrong one. I need to make sure this works for my own sanity's sake. I want those flying ones to change back. Okay, so let's try and stun as many of the flying ones as I can. Change them. Right, they should go back hopefully. Yeah, so at the end of tonight's stream, I'm probably going to play a little bit of PC gaming. I've got the new machine to mess around with. This lovely beast here. I've put the new 3950X in it today, so I'm looking forward to kind of giving it a test out. I did some video encoding before. It's very impressive, I've got to say. 16 cores and 32 threads is one hell of an upgrade, even from a 9900K.
So I'm very pleased with it. Okay, that worked fine. Cool. All right, let's look at more of the setup. So currently, this bit. Let's put some labels on these behaviors so we know what they are. Because I just realised that's one thing we don't have. Oh, we do have flying candy monster, bounces off scenery. Thank you for the follow, Annalisian. Welcome to the stream. Henry walks back and forth on platforms. Okay, so at the moment we set our frame, that's fine, and we are finding that we've got a different frame for each character, for each enemy. So we can safely update that frame dynamically without affecting any of the other enemies. So we won't affect the original character, and we won't affect the other enemies on screen. So in order to do this, we need to copy data based on a frame update. So at the moment the enemy isn't actually being, the enemy can still recover, and likewise the player. So let's demonstrate. So when I stun this enemy, okay, it stays in a stun state for 20 seconds or so. After 20 seconds it will return. If I go into an eat state, and nothing gets done, I can release and I can walk around. If I'm in the eat state, I can't jump, I can't do anything to move. I'm stuck in that state until I let go. If I, let me stun again, there we go. If I take an enemy and it's about to be eaten, so there's two enemies here that are about to be eaten. At this point, I should be able to let go, and none of the I should be able to let go, and I should still be stuck in an eat state because I've begun the eating process. So I need to create a function that does that locks me into this state until these are eaten. However, before I do that, I think what I want to do is, if these enemies are in an eating state, then they need to move towards this player. So let's do that one first. So if an enemy is in an eat state, they need to be flagged with which player. They need to be tagged with which player they're being eaten by. Oh, that one didn't go back. Oh, because I removed that functionality now, which is fine. Actually, do you know what? I'm going to leave that functionality back in because it disturbs me a little bit. No, because you're never going to be in that state. You will finish eating. Even if you die, you will finish eating first and then die. Or will you? I'll leave it as it is for now. What assembler do you use for this? As Sage Attackers put there, I use Kickassembler, yeah. Yeah, I think that's fairly up to date. Charpad, SpritePad for art, Vice 64 and C64 Debugger for testing. I've been using Pixen actually recently to do some of my ADSP bitmap stuff, so I'm kind of becoming more and more familiar with that. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. It's my thinking. When I think, I tend to tap things. I'm one of these annoying people when you're at work that kind of bounces their leg, like jiggles their leg while they're thinking. It's a bad habit. Yeah, because previously I had my mic boom attached to a different place. It wasn't attached to the desk, but I switched to this wooden, like a double wooden desk. I had a glass desk before, but because of the weight that I was trying to put on this, and the stands, I've got a stand here for this mic, for this camera, and I'm going to put a stand for the monitor at the back as well.
I didn't really want to attach it to a glass desk, so I moved to a wooden one. But when I moved it, I didn't really have room to put the microphone. So I do have another unit here that I've got a TV on that maybe I can attach the microphone to. So I might do that, because actually it's kind of annoying where it is. It's in the way. You do the same, yeah. You also hum. I swear a lot as well. I notice, I catch myself doing it, and I find myself in, you know, it's not super quiet, but a relatively kind of low volume office, and there's me with a pair of headphones on, like listening to music, going fuck, oh you motherfucker, just constantly swearing, and it's not good. But it's just it's a habit I've always had when I'm coding, so unfortunately I can't get rid of it. But I do catch myself doing it sometimes, thinking, God, what must people think of me? Okay, so in this update we can move it towards the player. At this point we don't know which player it's attached to, so let's add something into the enemies. Let's see, what have we got? We've got a lot of things in here. We've got enemy state, but the enemy state has got kind of a lot of stuff in it already as well. So that's not the right place. Enemy's got some static memory, but if I remember rightly, that's to do with the behaviors. So and that's designed to be kind of variable between enemies. So let's add a enemy eaten by value. And we'll just fill it with zeros for now. I mean, this will be 0 or 1 depending on what the player is, and it's going to be a simple change in our macro here. I say macro, it's not really a macro, this bit. I'm glad this isn't a macro, because you can imagine this being repeated everywhere, it'd be a nightmare. So in here, basically, when this is set up, we need to actually, that's already in the Y register at this point, isn't it? Yep, so let's just transfer Y to the accumulator like that. And let's do the same down here as well. So now the enemy knows which player it's being eaten by. So I feel like the player X and the player Y should be organized a little bit better. I used to play death metal, it says in the background when in an office. The other guys, when they first started, like, what the fuck. I listen to all sorts, so I listen to a lot of Nightwish, obviously, because they're my big the band that I follow. But I'll listen to, it depends what I'm doing, to be honest. If it's just a case of getting something done, I like I know what I've got to do. I've not really got to think about it. It's just that it's already kind of planned out. I just need to write it. It's just a matter of getting the code down. Then I'll tend to listen to stuff with like heavy beats and, you know, something fast paced. So I will listen to some of the Nightwish stuff, because some of that is like that. I'll listen to some drum and bass. However, if I need to think about things, if I need to kind of really work things out, then I'll tend to listen to much slower paced music. So I might listen to some kind of mellow stuff. I mean, like, the word mellow can mean a lot of things with my music tastes. Yeah. And weirdly, if I well, not weirdly, kind of normally, if I'm doing the same on Commodore stuff, I will tend to listen to SID music. So I'll tend to put on a SID playlist and listen to that. Okay, so we know what player is there, so now we need to move it towards the player. You can make delta a final pause for each enemy and compute at the start of eating. Yes. However, oh no, because the player's not going to move. That's a really good point, actually. The player is not going to move. Huh. Let's think about this. So we can create a target, basically, a target location that we need to move to. Thanks for the follow, Left Empty. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we could. So I feel like this setup should only ever be called once. This should be called all the time, if the player's been eaten. But that if the enemy's been eaten, but that check could actually be done up here as well. So if the enemy is being eaten, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to waste a few cycles, but first of all I'm going to make this value 1 or 2, not 0. So if it's 0, it means it's not being eaten by anybody. So that's the first thing I'm going to do. Then in here I'm going to also I realised I need to actually put that in front of all of these. So if the enemy is not being eaten by anybody, then we're just going to go to here and do the normal jump and check the player. However, if it is being eaten, we will immediately jump to... So now the setup's only going to happen once. So now if we do something in the setup, where was it? In the bottom of here. So we do something in this setup here, it's only relevant for one frame, and then that enemy is now being eaten by that player. So it's never going to get changed, it's always going to be that player. It's going to stop. So if one player starts absorbing it and another player comes in, that player can no longer absorb that one. There's nothing it can do. That's too late now. Which I'll test. Actually, that's... no, we need to actually get it moving. But then we can test that with 2 players as well. Might run into issues when you need to move a lot more in one axis than the other. Yes, so we can be in hex. Well, let's go decimal. We can do 48. Thank you for the follow, Sancta. Welcome to the stream. We can be 48 pixels along the X, but only 24 on the Y. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to, for every frame that, on every frame, I'm going to move the enemy by 1 pixel vertically if it's not centered, 2 pixels horizontally if it's not centered. Then that way, even at the most extremes, it will still come in right. Otherwise, it will kind of slide in on one axis before the other. I don't care if it has to move. I don't want it to just move in a pure diagonal. I don't mind if it moves slightly more on one axis before the other. I think that's absolutely fine. It's going to be such a quick thing anyway. If you think the maximum distance it could be is 48 and 24, and we're going to move 1 pixel per frame on the Y and 2 on the X, so that means it's going to take 24 frames or half a second for it to go from where it is to where it needs to go. And I think in half a second it doesn't need to be that spot on, to be honest. It can be, as long as it ends up where it should end up, then it should be fine. So at this point we know which enemy it is, so we know which player it is. So I feel, what do we need to do here? We need to create an offset, don't we? We need to create a movement offset. So I'm going to create an X and a Y. These only need to be single pixels, single bytes, sorry. I'm going to call it eat offset X and eat offset Y. And what we'll do is we'll do the same subtraction again, or we'll find a way that it can be stored in these values, so we don't have to do the calculation again. But if it's, well, X is always going to be positive. X is always going to be in front. So this is never going to be a negative value. Y, however, can be either side. So on the Y-axis, we need to work out which direction it is. In fact, on the X-axis, we do, because I want this offset to be based on. So if the X offset is 48, then what I want it to do is take 2 off that, so it becomes 46. Take 2 off the enemy position. However, if it needs to add 2 to the enemy position, in other words, we're facing left and the enemy needs to move to the right, then this will be a negative value, and we will add to it until it's 0. When it reaches 0, we stop, or when it reaches 0 or 1 or -1, because it's 2. It just moves 2 pixels at a time. So in that case, we need to fill these values in. And this actually might be better done in here. So we have the difference already in here, right? And we have the difference in the Y range in here. And we've unfortunately though we've halved it here, which is a bit frustrating. Okay, let's do the X first, and we can figure out the Y shortly. So let's put some comments next to these as well. Oops, enemies. Enemy, what was it? Enemy eat. Oh god, I can't remember what I called it now. Eat offset X and eat offset Y. Okay. Now, this is for the player facing left, so this value needs to be inverted. So we need to. Thank you for the follow, Tocho. I'll call you Tocho, and I'll assume you're from France, rather than say FR on the end. Please correct me if I'm wrong, and if so, I'll call you Tochoffer. So we need to invert this because the offset is that it needs to move to the right, so that's correct. We can't just ignore it, we need to add 1 to it as well. Can we add one to this. Is the carry bit clear? It is. Okay. Cool. And so we'll do the same on the other one down here. So there is a little bit of difference between these two. Probably is fine to have these separate, because in this case we don't need that. We just need that. Okay. So now we've got a value which tells us the amount that the object needs to move in either direction. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's positive or negative. That we're going to do a branch anyway in this behavior here. So in here, I'm going to get rid of the color because we no longer need to do that. We'll leave that as it is. This is fine. This is calculating the sprite pointer. Oh, I missed left empty leaving. Good night, left empty. I'm sure you've already gone. New bottle of wine. Been a bit slow tonight. It's taking me coming up to 3 hours before I open my second bottle. It's been a while since I've drunk quite a lot of wine actually, so probably why. I've been a good boy the past couple of weeks. I've been keeping it kind of low, my intake of wine. So in the update is where we're going to do the positioning. So at the moment the enemy is, where's our position? We do have update position here. And again, I need to remind myself what the hell update position does, so let's go and have a look at that. I mean, I'm sure, oh okay, so it's an X position and a Y position. Wow, that's, I mean, that was a huge update. Where was that? Walk right, update position. Oh, because this is used in the sort of subpixel as well. Yeah, I'm quite pleased actually. I thought it was going to take a bit longer to get into this tonight, but I've kind of picked it up quite quickly actually. I'm quite pleased with it. I've made changes even in the past month to how I write code, and some of this is kind of a bit painful to look at, but it's fine. It's fine. I can get through it. We'll do another 2 hours or so, and then we'll play some games, I think. So again, guys, if you've got any suggestions for games you'd like to see me play at the end of the night, I've got the Raspberry Pi on. You probably can't see it actually on the stream, but there's a Raspberry Pi in here, which I can connect up to the stream. So the screen's just gone off as I say that, and this has got it's got lots of games on it, lots of retro stuff on there. There's a PS4 in the back as well, which I can also turn on through here. So if there's any PS4 games you'd like me to play, I can do that. Or there's PC games as well. Oh, there's also the Ultimate as well, so I could put something on the Ultimate. I think I've got my zip stick around somewhere. Yeah, my zip stick's over there. So yeah. Oh yeah, maybe I would play some Rainbow Islands actually. That's not a bad idea. But yeah, I mean, pretty much anything you want me to play, I've probably got it somewhere in this lot. I do want to test out the kind of the stuff in here. I want to make sure that everything's working right. So yeah, there's plenty of Raspberry Pi stuff. Okay, so this actually is fractional, so we would need to send a larger value into this, which is fine. So what we need to do is we need to load our enemy, which I need to load from here. Enemy, what was it? Enemy off. No, oh God, I can't remember it now. Enemy eat offset. Oh shit. There we go. Okay, this gives us our value. So if this value is negative, then we need to move right. Otherwise, we move left. So if the value is negative, we move right. So at this point the value is positive, so what we'll do is and it's in the accumulator, so we'll clear the accumulator. Oh, actually we need to do another check here. So the value is, it needs to be more than 1. How am I going to do this? Because we're going to move 2 pixels at a time. So if we're going to move 2 pixels at a time, actually no, we don't need to move 2 pixels at a time, because we have subpixel here. I'm just going to move 1 pixel. I'm going to make it simple. Let's just get this working. I'm going to make it simple. Forgot to mention, the last time I was in office was admin at Christian College, so that means it was interesting for a few of them. Yes. Wow, yes. Oh wait, you were playing it out loud. You weren't putting on headphones. This was just out loud, right? I had a real Grinch moment on Friday. So we were in the office. Friday was the last day for a lot of people at work. I'm a mug. I've decided to go in on Monday and Tuesday, but for a lot of people it was their last day. So there was the usual kind of secret Santas, people, you know, bringing in kind of Christmas food and stuff. And the people on the desks kind of just to the left of me decided that it would be a good day to play Christmas music. So nobody ever plays music out loud in the office. Everybody, if you listen to music, you put it on the headphones. The only time you ever hear anything is when people are testing a game or they're doing something and they need to show somebody else, and they'll have the sound on. So to hear music out loud is kind of unusual in the office, and they decided it would be a really good time to play like Mariah Carey's Christmas album. And I went in proper Grinch mode. I hated it. Headphones went on, noise cancelling went on, and I just sat there with a kind of crappy look on my face. I felt like the Grinch. It was it was terrible. But I'm sick of the Mariah Carey album, so I hear it every year, and I have heard it every year for like 25, 30 years or something. I just can't handle it. She's just a screamy, whiny bitch. I can't stand her. I like a lot of music, and I like a lot of various things. I've got quite eclectic taste, and I listen to a lot of stuff, but I cannot stand her at all. Anyway, rant off, right. So in this case I'm just going to decrease the value in here. Does this update position actually take... No, do you know what? I'm going to do it manually rather than try and be clever with it. So it's the X position, so we're just going to move 1 on the X position, like so. And I'm going to jump to done move. and in this case we will increment that value there, and oh shit, is this actually handling backwards values? It should be, right? See, this is the problem when you don't do stuff for so long. You kind of lose track of how on earth you had anything working. Let's have a look. Enemy. There we go. Enemy. Oh, it's as simple as that. Of course, it's. I forget how easy it is sometimes when you're using Kickassembler. You can just put a minus number there and it will work the rest out for you. I'm going to put a... Actually, no, I'm not going to put a jump. We don't need it yet, but we might need it eventually. Okay, so now, if all goes well now, an enemy that has been stunned should move along its... and is within range, should move along the x-axis towards me. And it's gone the wrong way, okay. So I'm guessing they'll go the other way. Okay, so they're totally the wrong way around. Okay, the easy solution for this is in our macro here. Or is it? Move this EOR and put it in the other side instead. So oh, CPU jam. Right, okay. Let's go into the monitor. Oh, what? Why is my monitor so small? What's going on there? Okay, so let's have a look in the stack first. So let's have a look at what my stack pointer is. So my stack pointer is at F1. So F1 is... I don't like it when my... There we go. F1 is here. And... What? Good night, Prince Face. Oh, thank you very much for sharing them. It's appreciated, dude. And I'm glad that you're learning from it. That's the whole point of this. That's why I do it. And I'm trying to share what I know with everybody else, and hopefully everybody learns something, including myself. I've learned a lot doing this. So thank you very much, and good night. Okay, so we've got a stack failure. This looks weird. 3200 is just breaks. It can't be that. F1. Okay, that's where the stat pointer is. I still struggle with the stat pointer to work out what's what. Is it 3232 maybe? I'm going to check all these locations. No, that's breaks as well. 1C32, there we go. So spawn enemy. Oh, that seems to be so this is one function. It called this one 1C4C, which is here. Which did push something onto the stack. I want to go and check that spawn enemy. I have a funny feeling. Spawn enemy, here we go. So it pushes something onto the stack. So it's usually to do with these pushes and pulls. So we push onto the stack. Now, do we do anything in here before we pull it off? We pull it here. This just loops around, jumps to here.
No, this is fine. Okay, it's not that. Change to subroutine core behavior. This is 1C83. And that's this here. Now, core behavior does have a self mod location, so it could be this self mod that's wrong for some reason. So, behaviors. Hang on. Core behavior 1C83, so that's here. 1C9D, 1E2E. So jump to 1E56. No, this all looks good. All looks good. I'd love to know what's causing this, but I have no idea. Alright, I'm going to take another break on that CPU jam. I don't think there's anything I can do, but actually let me just check that this behavior is working. I do need to figure that out, so if anybody does feel up to it, feel free to play around with the code from GitHub, which will be committed after the stream, and see if you can figure out why that's happening. There we go, that's perfect. There's a bit of a jit around there. Why is it jittering? Because it should be on. Oh, because if it's 0, it shouldn't be doing anything. So I'm going to fix that before I go. So I'm going to call it don't move horizontal. So it should stop it jittering, because in a moment now it's going over and back and over, and it just keeps flickering over the gap and back again. To move. There we go. It stops solid. That's good. I mean, obviously, I won't be able to move until it's been absorbed properly, but that's kind of working now. So we can actually start copying the frames in now as well. Alright, I'm going to take 5 minutes. I need to go to the loo, need to have a cigarette and stuff. Then when I come back, I guess we'll do the Y movement next. Cool. Be right back, guys. Alright, and I'm back. I've got to say, I do like having the Stream Deck. It's a lot easier to switch between scenes instead of messing around in OBS all the time. Oh, cool. I look forward to seeing that, actually. I could do with a really good good memory map. I've got a laser printer as well. I might do a nice binded printout of it on good quality paper. Okay. Right, where are we at? We've got the enemy moving towards us on the X. We need to do the same on the Y. Okay, so let's put a little enemy along X. And now we'll do move enemy along Y. Now we don't have this value set yet, so we need to go and set that in here. And this is going to be the same for both as well, so check if player is in Y range. So at this point here, I think we can store this value. I'm going to store it in temp 9, and then if we need it we can grab it down here. So I need to do the same on this one, and then here I can just grab that value and let me offset Y like so. That should be capital Y. And when you disk convert to D64, recover system setup, resume floppy. I've got a couple of disks that I got with a Commodore. Actually, where are they? Hang on. I've got a few discs in here, but honestly, no. See, most of them are blank now. I think I did most of them. Oh no, I've got a couple. I have no idea what's on them as well. I need to actually look. So I've got like a section on here. This looks like it says GEOS on it. So I have no idea what's actually on that. I'll have to have a look. I need to go through and find out what they are. So I've got some BBS stuff on this one, it looks like, and we can see that very well. I have no idea what's on them. I got them with one of the machines that I got, and I do have a 1571 over there, so I could actually set this up. I could probably do that on my Ultimate. Actually, there's no reason it wouldn't work on the Ultimate. It's still got a serial port on it. So yeah, I might dig into them at some point, because it's always nice to find stuff that people have worked on and isn't available anywhere. It's good to kind of get that stuff online so you can share it with people. So okay, so let me put the lid for that guys. I've also got sealed boxes of 3M discs as well. God knows how old they are. They must be like 30 years old. Could you show me how you run and debug your assemble code? I tried to write something I found the iterate. So I'm probably missing some easy quick start with the emu. Yeah, sure. If you've got so by default, if you're using Kickassembler and you're using Sublime Text, then Kickassembler is going to look in a very specific location. So I'll show you in here. Which I kind of make that bigger. It looks in your C drive, it looks for a C64 folder, it looks for a tools folder, and then in there it looks for Kickassembler. It will also look for Vice in there. So as long as you install Vice and Kickassembler in C/C64/tools, then you should be able to auto run by pressing F7 when you run the right file. And that should launch Vice automatically. For running the debugger, so I've got Shift F7 set up for the debugger. The way I did this was, so by default, Kickassembler will, let me find my preferences. Kickassembler will create a debug path here. But it points to the Vice executable x64. So what I've done is I've overridden that with my local files and changed it to C64 debugger. And then what I've done in my folder, so in my Vice folder, I've just dropped the C64 debugger exe into there. So that means when I do Shift F7, it will run the same again, but it will run through the debugger as well. If you do want more information on that, there is in the links and resources file a section of my Discord.
I'll post the link now. There is some pinned, I believe it's in links and resources. Let me check. No, it's in coding help, I think. No. Oh, where is it? If you check the pinned messages in that Discord that I've posted, there are lots and lots of useful things in there. There's also, it's a great place to be if you just want help with things as well. There's a lot of really talented people in there. I'm just checking now to see if I can find out where they are. I did think I had that set up in the pinned messages, but for some reason it's not showing. Links and resources. Oh yeah, it is. If you go in links and resources on that Discord and go to pinned messages, there's a load of links to Debugger, opcodes, how to install the packages, and as I say, there's lots of people on there that can help as well. Kickassembler, it's a contentious subject. Some people love it, some people hate it. CA65 is still quite common. Acme is common. I prefer Kickassembler just because it's what I picked up when I got into it. It was the first thing that came up when I searched for modern kind of C64 development. So that's what I learned, and I've never looked back. I'm quite happy with it. It annoys me sometimes. I think if you are looking for examples online, you will come across Acme syntax way more than you will come across Kickassembler syntax. But that's not to say that it isn't there. It's just you'll find more Acme than you will Kickassembler. But it's not a difficult thing to convert between the two, and I really do like the kind of the flexibility that Kickassembler gives you. It is very powerful. But I mean, it depends on what you like. If you're used to CA65, then probably Acme is probably more your taste. Or I forget the names of the other ones, but I think CA65 is more like TAS. So TAS and Acme. So you're probably better off going with those. But it's not difficult. I mean, the bulk of it comes down to the opcodes, right? As long as you know the opcodes, which if you've done NES development, then you will know. It's really just learning the extra little bits of syntax, you know, like these fills here. That's something that, you know, a Kickassembler specific, but there's obviously going to be different versions of different kind of implementations of this in different assemblers. So yeah, no problem, Sigma. Let's say if you want to ask more questions about C64 development in general, the Discord channel is a great place to go. There's lots of really helpful people there. We've got the full range from kind of people starting out doing assembly for the first time to kind of experienced kind of C64 devs and devs from other kind of disciplines as well. So it's a really good place to kind of just chat about things and share stuff, and you know. Okay, so we have stored our on enemy offset Y, so now we can do this same thing again. I'm just going to copy that code and I'm going to adjust it for the Y value as well. So I'm going to change this to vertical, don't move vert, don't move vert, like so. Change this to Y, change this to Y, change this to Y, and change the names of these as well. So change this to move. So this would be updating the position. Positive, so this would be moved down, and this would be moved up, which means that needs to be moved up, and this needs to be oops. Oh god, tell the wine's kicking in there. Well, it should be. I'm on my second bottle, so. Speaking of which, time to top up.
So yeah, I think after this stream I'm going to play Rainbow Islands. I think I'll do it on the Commodore. I don't actually think I've got Amiga on, because I do prefer the Amiga version, if I'm honest. Maybe because Braybrook did the Amiga version, so it is actually, in my opinion, the best conversion. It's so close to arcade perfect, it's unbelievable. No, that's ports. I don't think I have Amiga on this Raspberry Pi. That's Street Fighter, I don't want that. How do I get out of this into... There we go. I think they did a Rainbow Islands on the PC Engine as well, but I think it was on the CD, PC Engine CD. Yeah, it doesn't look like I've got Amiga at all on here. I've got some strange machines on here. I've actually got oh, arcade. Maybe it's on arcade. I doubt it though. Arcade's quite a wide-reaching thing. I'll have a proper look afterwards anyway, but I think I'll probably play it on the Commodore 64. I do have an Amiga up there, but I haven't got it set up. I did have like a double shelf that I could put my Commodore and my Amiga on, and unfortunately I've kind of had to use that for something else over there, so I've not got the Amiga set up, and to be honest, the amount of time it would take me to find the power supply and the cables and stuff for it is probably not worth trying, so I'll just go for the Commodore version. The Commodore version is very good. I mean, it's an incredible piece of technical achievement for the Commodore. Alright, so let's see if the y-axis is working correctly now. So let's just stun something. There we go. It looks to be, but let's do it from up above. I can't do it from above. Oh, CPU jam. So there is definitely a problem, and it's not as uncommon as I think. So my stack pointer is F0, 1C9D. It seems to be related to this area of code. C9C. I keep forgetting that it's. Yeah, see, I'm not sure where that's coming from, because I think it's to do with a self mod. I'm going to put a to do around the around this self mod. I need to figure out exactly where that is though, just to make sure I put it on the right point. Call behavior, so it is to do with these behaviors in enemies probably. I think it's this, so I'm going to put to do investigate regarding CPU jam. So I'm not going to do that now because I think that's going to take a lot of time to do. I think solving CPU jam stuff is probably something best done off stream, or if we've still got it right at the end when we're done, but not right now. Okay, cool. So I need to start again, don't I? I just need to make this run without the CPU jam and see if we can get it to work. So we're looking for, the problem is, do you know what, I need to, just for now, I need to increase the Y threshold just so that I can get it to move in one direction, because otherwise I'm never going to be close enough for it to happen.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Canoe Durrell. I missed that one. I could see it on the stream. I missed that completely. Must have been on my break while that happened. Okay, so if you notice, then that moved up instead of down. I mean, it's broke now because. Oh wow! There's some serious CPU damage going on here. So stack pointer at F0 again, which again is pointing to the same place, 1C9D. Okay. So this is a suspect area. It's definitely a suspect area, and it is to do with the self mod. So there's definitely something. Ah, there we go. Look at that. 771E. That's pointing to a completely random place. Well, yeah. See, that's just pointing to a load of breaks in the middle of nowhere. And that's this here. That's this location here. So let's have a go at trying to fix that. We might as well while we're at it. So let me put this back into attract mode. There we go. I have taken a video actually of building this thing. And when I get the cables in properly, I'm going to do a nice kind of panning shot of it all, including the internals on the back as well, because there's some real kind of funky stuff going on in the back of there with the Raspberry Pi and the PS4 as well. And the PS4 has been dismantled and modded to run from an ATX power supply. So there's only one power cable to this machine, and it powers the screen, the PC, the PS4, and the Raspberry Pi as well. So I'll probably take a decent video of that when I get the final cables that I want and put them in and share that on my YouTube channel. Actually, does my YouTube link work? So I do upload videos to YouTube now and again when I get around to doing it. Mostly it's these streams edited to take the breaks out. And the intro. But I am going to start adding some extra content when I get around to it. I'm just so busy at the moment. If I'm not working, I'm doing Commodore stuff. It's kind of crazy. Okay, so this, for some reason, this is failing. I don't know why this might be failing. So let's have a look. This is getting behavior offset. What is a behavior offset? It's definitely to do with the behaviors. So behaviors, enemy, LSB. So let's look in behaviors. So behaviors is here. Enemy, LSB, enemy. So this is just taking these locations. Okay, so that's not going to change. We've got enemy 1, enemy 2, enemy 1, enemy 2, least significant bit, most significant bit. That's fine. Behavior offset. Oh, behavior off. So, okay. So behavior offsets are these things here. So every behavior that's listed in this list here should have these jumps at the beginning, and that's what these offsets are. So an on-spawn is offset 0. And on update it's offset 3, and on death it's offset 6. So that should be fine. So we take the location, we add the offset, and we store it in the least significant bit. So this bit here. Then we take the most significant, we add 0 in case this has added anything, and store it in here. So where on earth is it getting strange values from? The value we've got in here is 771E, and there is nothing there. So how is it getting that value? So the enemy behaviors are actually at enemy sprites, generated warp sprites. Yeah, see, this is in the middle of the warp sprite generation. It definitely should not be here. It should kind of be, I mean, I don't know where this is, but it's definitely not. It's definitely not at that location. So let's just make a note. 7718. I'm going to put that as a CPU jam number 1. Let's make some notes in here so I can check it out later. So that code is actually at 1C, so the enemy behavior should only ever be being set between these locations here. Yet for some reason they're being set to 7.7. I mean, I don't know where it's even getting that from. Well, let's assume that the least significant weight is right. That means it would be this bit here that would be wrong. Enemy behaviors. Oh, X is X wrong for some reason. Maybe the X is wrong. But then this would be wrong as well. Well, it's one to work out at some point. But for some reason this call behavior is not behaving correctly. So we'll trace that back. At least we're kind of slowly tracking down where the problem is. So to go back, okay, that is correct. Oh, I've got the jam again. Is it the same thing? Let's go and have a look. Stack pointer is at F0. F0 is here. You add 1 to it, and then you get the 1C9D. It is that same place. So let's. Oop. And here we've got BD7F. I mean, wow. Where is it getting these from? Okay, let's have a look at these locations. So 1CF2 is our enemy LSB. And we're getting 7F. 7F is not any of those at all. I think the X register is wrong for some reason. Okay, I need to make another note of that in here. So, BD7F, okay. Enemies. At least we're getting somewhere with what these CPU jumps are. Seems to be correct. X index. Which is at this point here, so the accumulator is being transferred to the X register. This is what call. Oh no, this is spawn enemy, so I don't think it's that. So let's find all the cases of call behavior. So call behavior should be setting an enemy based on the accumulator. So we've got an update here. I think it's this one here. Load accumulate enemy type. Do we actually get anything in the accumulator? Can we see BD? So we take BD. Whoops. BD. and we add 1CF2, we get 1DAF, and that is BD. And what was our error? BD. Ah. Wait, what? Oh, because it's being stored there, yeah. Ah, shit. No, we need the X register, don't we? And the X register is 1D, so take 1CF2 plus 1D. 1CF2 plus 1D. 1D, 1B. Gives us 9D, which is not what I need at all. The problem is oh no, because we're loading the X register here as well. Ah, shit. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to store this in F0 for now. The next time it fails, I'm going to look at what is in this address, and if that address has something other than 0 or 1, which is what we need for here, well, 1 or 2, then we found our problem. Is the debugger key stuff working? What do you mean debugger key stuff? And hi Tinspin, welcome to the stream. Oh, you mean the joystick stuff in the C64 debugger? I don't know. Actually, I did a little bit of stuff with AGSP, kind of game demo, whatever you would call it, that I'm working on today. Been working on today, and I still had problems with it. So I don't know what's going on with it at all. Okay, at least I've started to track down the problem for this CPU jam now. So I'm hoping the next time it jams, which it seems to be jamming more now than it was before, we'll be able to see what's going on. On the positive side, our sprites are actually doing exactly what they're supposed to do. They're moving in the right direction. Ah, there we go. Right, we've got CPU jam. So let's go and have a look at F0. So F0 says it's A0. Now, do you know what though? I still don't trust that, so I'm going to actually store that in somewhere completely random that I know is not going to get changed. So I'm going to go and store that in somewhere around here, EEBF. So this is our temporary store for that. However, I just want to check A0, so 1CF2 plus A0, 1CF2 plus A0, 1D92, 1D92, whoa, oh damn it, that's not what I wanted to do. I'll do it again when I restart. I'm sure it's going to happen again. Do you fund the new keycaps? No, I'm toying with it as well. I mean, I'm absolutely sure they're going to be funded. I mean, the community's been crying out for this for a long time. I just don't know whether to do it or not. I kind of want some transparent keycaps for this, so this is my ultimate down here. I don't know if that's actually worked or not. This is my ultimate here, and it's got a C64C keyboard on. Slightly yellowed, but I refuse to retro bright them. I'm considering getting some transparent keycaps for it. I don't know. I don't do as much Commodore repair as I used to, and I do still. I mean, I've got a box here. You can't see it, but there's a box just kind of down here that has 3 or 4 Commodore keyboards in there. Yeah, this is the Plexi laser case. It's kind of hard to see. Let me shine a light on
It's really nice. It just says Commodore on mine. It's just super reflective. That's the thing. You can see everything through it. So it's the C64 plexi case with the Ultimate 64 in. I did have a strip of LEDs in here as well, but for some reason they started flashing in a weird order, and I smelt a weird burning smell from the Ultimate 64. So I very quickly turned it off and unplugged them, and refused to pull them back in again now. So I don't know if it was an incompatibility with the LED strip that I was using or whatever, but I checked a few things. Everything else seems fine, but I'm reluctant now to plug LEDs into it, so because I'd only had it a day, the Ultimate 64, and to smell burning from it was a bit worrying. So okay, I kind of want to track down this CPU gem now. There we go. We're getting it a lot now. I don't know why we're getting it a lot. Okay. Stack pointer is at F2, so let's just check that. So F2 is here. Oh, well, actually, this is slightly different. This is saying 1C45. So let's go and have a look at around that area. It is a call behavior call though again, so something is going weird in the call behavior. So let's keep assembling, and the self mod is around here somewhere. There it is, 1E31. Okay, so 1E31 actually looks to be in the correct places. Yeah, it is in the correct place, so I don't know why that's failing. But it's pointed us up here for some reason. Oh my god. I'm not having a good day with this. Yeah, that's to be honest, if I could get rid of, I've got an A500 with a Vampire V2 or V3, I think. No, I think it's a V2. Which is really good, but I kind of want the 1200 without any accelerator or anything. I just want a bog standard 1200. Oh, and there we go again. Stat pointer at F0. F0 says I want to see A0, so let's have a look around there. 1C-A0 is, once again, it's the self mod. PD7F. Okay, so let's have a look what's in. Yeah, see, RX register is BE, which is stupidly high. It's the wrong value completely. Yeah, it's completely wrong. So let's follow the call stack back. Let's see where that's come from. So that came from 1C45. So let's disassemble around that area. So 1C45 is calling the behavior here. So it's in our update enemies. So it is this bit here. And we basically transfer the accumulator to the X-ray. So whatever's in the accumulator at this point is what's getting sent. And the accumulator should just be enemy type. So I wonder what the Y value is here. Maybe the Y value is wrong. Okay, well let's store the Y in EEBE. We'll get there eventually. I'm just going to keep running it until now. I can almost always make this crash. I'm just going to keep going until I find out the problem. Yep, there we go. As soon as I try and absorb them from height, it causes a problem. Stack point is at F0, which means our call stack is at F0, 1C-A3, so 1C-A2. Oops.
1C A3 is the self mod again, which is pointing to 6AC0, which is wrong. So let's have a look at EEBE. So our Y is 1D and our X is C1. So our X is definitely wrong. Our Y has come from here. So why is that wrong? That's weird. Oh, wait a minute. It's a collision, isn't it? It's this. I bet if I change this, I bet if I create a temp 11 in here, I bet that solves it. Oh. Oh shit. I think I completely lost connection then. My router, I got the message from Windows and my router just completely crapped out. So I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I'm back though. That was very bizarre. I think my router just died. It's gone into 4G mode as well. I think maybe it's having some issues. Okay. So I don't know if you guys saw the last the last thing I said, but what I noticed was oh, hang on, overwrite to remote files. Yeah, FluBit's disconnected as well. What I noticed, I've completely forgot what I noticed now. Oh, I noticed I was using this temporary variable, and this was temp 9. So my theory is that maybe this value is incorrect because it was doing some stuff and then it was loading the Y value back again. So maybe the call behavior was doing something. So I created a new temporary variable for those, and hopefully that's going to solve the issue. Yeah, give it some white line. That's what it needs. It's still stuck in 4G. I don't know why. It's been pretty good actually. I'm very pleased with it. I mean, I've literally cancelled my landline the other day, so I no longer have a landline. I no longer have landline internet. I'm purely 5G internet now. It's that good. It's good enough. I mean, its stability is way better. I mean, other than obviously an issue now and the fact it's on 4G for some reason, it's been a lot better than the landline has been. Mainly because I was using Sky, so it wasn't a hard bar to beat. Okay, the Y looks wrong now, but oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, I've not had a CPU jam though, which is pretty good. Get Verizon. I'm in the UK. I don't get Verizon, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the UK is I mean, it's slightly better than the US in that you don't have these kind of weird regions where you can only get one provider. But unfortunately, almost every provider, if you go for normal kind of connections, you know, copper to the box, fiber to the box, copper to the house, they tend to be they tend to be all under the provision of BT. So you don't have many options. You're still using BT's network. I mean, it has changed slightly in that we do have fiber providers now. So you've got like the likes of Virgin, Hyperoptic that are providing fiber to fiber to the router basically, and they're a little bit better, but you still have problems with it. I think our internet infrastructure is terrible in this country. I think it's better than the US but it is terrible still. So when the opportunity came along to get 5G, I thought I'd give it a try. I trialed it for a couple of weeks and I'm actually really impressed with it. Very, very impressed with it. I mean, my speeds are much better, my stability's a lot better. I've been streaming on it for 3 months now or something, 2 or 3 months, and it's not been that bad at all. Okay, I think I've solved the CPU jam. So let's, I don't know why I'm restarting it like that. Let's give that another try. Ooh. Enemies, what have I done there? I've broken, oh there we go. Let's give that another try. I noticed that when you're facing right and you absorb an enemy that's below you, oops, it doesn't go in the right direction. So that one does, that's fine, but this one won't, I don't think. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. Yeah, it doesn't go in the right direction, whereas these ones probably will. So if I get this guy here and then go over here, it should work correctly, which it does. Yeah, it goes in the wrong direction if I'm facing right. Okay, so enemies, macros, player facing right, and then the Y. I probably just need to do this again. Oh, yeah, yeah, I just need to do this again, I think. Okay, seems a bit strange that I should need to do that on that, but okay. What have I broken now? Oh, another branch is too far. Okay, 283 in enemy macro. So again, I'll go through this again. If you've got a branch that's too far, so in this case it's this one here, which means this one will probably need doing as well. Then you basically invert the branch, set to a label just ahead, jump to the old label, create the new label, and I'm going to do it to this one as well because I'm pretty sure this one's going to need it. So invert the label, jump to the new label, jump to the old label, create the new label. There we go. So hopefully now, oh well, actually that's not a good test, is it? It needs to be, yeah, like that. There we go. I need to make sure it works on this way as well, which means I need to test this one. This is looking good. Cool. Right, we've got both directions. Okay, I'm going to take a slightly earlier break than normal because I do want to check my router. It seems to be stuck in 4G mode. I'm not going to reset it. I'm just going to mess around with the aerial because it's outside where I go and have a cigarette. So if the stream does break, I will be back. I'll just restart it, but yeah, give me 5 minutes, guys. Well, a few less than that, 3 or 4 minutes, and I'll be right back. Alright, let's get another bottle of, well, not a bottle, but a glass of wine. So we've now got enemies moving correct direction towards the player. They just don't have their eat animation complete at the moment. They're just a placeholder. So we can start looking at that now. So let's just run it and think what we need to do. So if we stun an enemy, oh, we should probably check it works on player 2 as well. We haven't actually checked this yet, so yeah, it does. Okay, cool. And if I try and eat that with player 2, doesn't do anything. It's correct. So cool. Right, that's good. In that case, we can start by just reducing that range on the Y for player for the threshold. Oh, I'm really starting to feel the Y now. Yeah, I'm going to do about another hour, I think, and then after the next break, I'll do another break at 2:30 UK time, and then I'll grab the zip stick now. So, I'll get the C64 set up, and we'll do some Rainbow Islands, which I'm pretty sure. Well, I've definitely got the disc on my computer if I don't have it on the Ultimate itself. There you go, zip stick ready to go. Get that in shop. And I'm sure that'll wake Hayes up as well. He does like his Tato games. Right, okay. So we know we've got the sprites at 6,000, and we've got a reversed version of the sprite straight after it. I think we had them. Let me load that snapshot again. That's like snapshot file. It was on the desktop, wasn't it? It was that one there. And it was in this bank here. So we've got 8 frames in each direction, and so what we need to do is we need to copy that data into the relevant locations. So let's start by making, I'm going to keep that over here just so I can grab it again in a minute. Let's go and have a look at this absorb behavior. Okay, so this is setting up the pointer. We could do with some eat data. I'll just call it that. We could do with some lookups basically for these values. So we know that data starts at EEC0. So let's do that. And we've got 5. So we just need to make sure this is pointing to the relevant sprite locations, so we know where to copy the data to. Oops. And the from data is going to be a little bit different. So the from data, come back to here. So we've got 512 bytes from this point to the end of this sprite here. For left and for right, and so it needs to be based on which direction the enemy is facing. I am going to suggest that what we do is in the setup here, we set some kind of sprite data pointers. So we'll create them up in the. Let me go back to so I don't lose that in here. We'll create that in the enemy data here. So we've got these eats, so we'll put it in the eat area. This kind of makes sense for it. So we need 2 new sections, and this will be enemy eat pointer LSB and enemy eat pointer MSB. Whoa, there we go.
and we're going to set those values as part of our setup. So this is going to be based on two things. It's going to be based on which direction the sprite is facing, left or right, and it's going to be defined by which enemy type it is. So different enemy types are going to be basically filling up all this area here. So let's think about this. So this is 512 bytes, right? So that's 0200. So it's 0400 to here. So we need to get the enemy type and this location, and we need to do a calculation, right? We need to take let's do it here. Okay, so the enemy type is either 0, meaning it's nothing, or it is an enemy. So it's 1 or above, right? So we take type -1. That will give us 0 onwards. Times by 1024. Actually, let's do it with this. So that gives us, oops, that gives us here or here or here, so on. So each enemy type. Plus enemy is facing right. So this would be 0 or 1 depending on whether it's set, times 0200, which will give us this row if it's facing right, plus 6000, which is the route for our enemies. So that's quite a calculation to do, but we only need to do it once as part of the setup. So how do we do this? Okay, so the plus 6000 we can do right at the end. We don't need that. We don't need to think about that now. The important thing is taking the enemy type and timesing it by 400. So the easiest way to do that is, let's take the enemy type. So enemy, I think it's called enemy type. I need to have a look. Enemy type, yeah, there we go. And we'll store that at $X, because obviously we need to know which one we're on. And we'll store that at enemies. Enemy eats pointer LSB and pointer MSB. We're going to store that in the MSB because we're changing this bit here. At the moment it was going to be that, and we need to change it to that, or if it's that, we need to change it to that, which is basically doing this bit here. Okay, so we can get rid of this -1 and instead do enemy type times this and just add 5C00 at the end, so we don't need to do the -1 here. So that simplifies that a little bit. I mean, that's just algebra. I mean, I'm not going to explain algebra. I'm sure you guys already know that.
Can we simplify this? No, because this is kind of isolated. Can we simplify that anymore? No. Okay, so this is as simple as we can get it now. So we're storing the enemy type in here. So the enemy type is now... Oh no, we do need to add one to it because we need to times it by 4. So yeah, so unfortunately we do need to do that. Oh no, no. Sorry. My stupid drunk brain is not thinking straight. So if the enemy is 0, then this would be 0. If the enemy is 1, it would be 4. If the enemy is 2, then it would be 8. So that's correct. Okay. So with this value in here, we need to times it by 4. So the easiest way to do this is to shift things to the left twice. So we take the enemy type, shift it to the left twice, and we store it in pointer SB. Now we have this bit sorted. So now we need to add 2 to this value if the enemy is facing right. So also we need to set the 0 thing here as well. So we're going to set this bit here because this bit's quite easy to do, I think. So it needs to be comma X. Always needs to be comma X because X is our index into the enemy. Okay, so now we've got the 0 covered. We've got this bit covered as well. So we just need to add this now if the enemy is facing right. So if the enemy is facing right, we need to add 2 to this. So we do have enemy state. And if we grab the enemy state and check if it's state face right, yeah, that's fine. Comma X again because we need the X for the index. Oh, pardon me. It's starting to repeat on me, that wine. So we need to end this with enemies face right. If it's 0, then we don't need to do anything. If it's not 0, then we need to add 2 to this. So we can do this by okay, so this has created this, well, it's almost created this value, but not quite. Do we actually need to clear the carry bit here? Let's have a look. So, no, we probably don't, because these shifts here are probably going to shift it. No, that's fine, unless we had 64, 128, unless we had 64 enemy types, which I don't think we'll have, then it's fine. So we don't need that clear carry bit there. That's fine. We're adding 2 to the minimum, so we also don't need blah blah blah. Yeah, we don't need to, so we need to add 5C at the end here. So I'm just trying to think how we can combine this, because I feel like there's a little bit of an overlap here. So
If the enemy doesn't face to the right, then we don't do anything. Otherwise, we load accumulator with 2. No, okay. What we can do is we load the accumulator with 5E, which is yep, and store that there. Otherwise, okay, so what I'm doing is I'm adding this 5C to the MSB. I'm doing that here. However, if we're facing right, I'm actually adding 5E. So I'm adding this O200 here as well. I'm gonna put this comment just here because there, and what I'm doing is determine the start of the eat absorb animation. Which is what that's doing perfectly. Right, okay. Take position, color, frame, etc. So here we need to actually copy that data in. So we need to copy 64 bytes. I'm going to do it every frame for now, but we probably going to. Why has that stopped working? Okay, stupid pop-up. So this section here, we're going to copy that data from here to the actual sprite pointer here, depending on what these are. We'll do it every frame for now, and we'll just do a single frame update. But we'll probably want to update that so that it only updates when we want it to update. We don't want it to update exactly one frame at a time, or else it's going to be really quick. It's going to be like 8 frames. It's going to go in no time. The animation takes like 40 frames or something. So, hi Lapsuka, I can't even say it. Lapsukosinus, welcome to the stream. How many games have I wrote? It depends. If you mean released games, then only 2. I wrote .cosmos and I wrote Luna. If you mean how many games have I got on the go, then I've probably got about 5 on the go, and I've got kind of a couple of uncompleted games that I never released. They were never good enough to release. So for the C64, that is. So I've done other games on other systems. I've done some Android games. I've done some Xbox games as well. I should have some links to Luna and .cosmos, shouldn't I? I should have like .cosmos. I've actually, so you can check my itch.io page. I don't know if that actually works. No, it doesn't. Okay. I do have an itch.io page, which you can check out, which has .cosmos 1 on it, and it has .cosmos 2 as a game in progress. I've not updated the blog on there for a while because I'm deliberately trying to keep some of the information back. I realised I'd actually given most of the gameplay away, so I'm trying to hide some of it now. So you won't see things like boss fights or the map screen or some of the kind of advanced kind of enemy behaviours that I'm doing there. I'm trying to keep them secret. I'm also I'm also trying to do parasol stars for the C64. There is videos out there somewhere of that. I'm going to pick that up again sometime next year. I've got a project that I'm working on for a publisher that's kind of taking my time, most of my time at the moment, and .cosmos 2. When those are done, I'm going to start looking at doing parasol stars, and I'll probably do that on stream because I no longer have licensing rights for that. We were looking at I was working with a publisher to try and get licensing rights for that from Tato, but they're not interested. So I think I'm going to go down there the Super Mario 64 route and create something which is free for everybody to use, which is a faithful conversion of the Parasol Stars game, but without any kind of official licensing, which is a shame, because if I'd have got the license, I would have had access to some incredible artists and musicians through the publisher. I mean, some artists that people would have absolutely been gobsmacked that I'd managed to get hold of, and musicians for that matter, which is a shame. But I'm not discounting that I might be able to get those people on board, but it's going to be a bit harder without a real license behind it. Yeah, that's it really. I'm probably going to start looking at that next year and doing it on stream. Okay, where are we at? So position, color frame. Yeah, okay, so at this point here we need to check, well, we need to copy the data from here. So this is where we need to copy the data to, and this is where we need to copy the data from. So we need to set up two vectors. So let's create our loop first. Let's create two new vectors in here. I'm creating new vectors because I'm scared of running into issues again. We're still using very little of zero page. We're using less than 64 bytes of zero page to do all of this. So, and that includes these sprite power of 2 lookups as well. So it's not too bad. God, the wine is really hitting. He says drinking more. Oh, I've not lost it. I can still drink 2 bottles of wine in code. That's fine by me. Okay, so let's just assume we're using these two vectors, these two new vectors. Our loop would be something like this. So we would have an index, which is going to start at 63 or 3f, and it's going to load a value from vector 7. Actually, this should be y. And store it there at vector 8. So a simple routine to copy. Just copy this by day for the absorb. Now, obviously, these values aren't set yet, so we need to set those. So vector 7 is our from and our to. So I'm going to put some labels up here just to make it a bit easier to understand what's going on. So I'm going to God, I can tell when I've been drinking because my hand-eye coordination is terrible. Sprite from and sprite to, so this would be sprite from and sprite to.
Hi, Rena Torabello. We do have a GitHub. Actually, I think that is one command that does work. Yeah, there you go. So I update this at the end of every stream. It has the latest code. If you want to get the code live on stream, you can subscribe or join my Patreon account. If you join my Patreon account and then send me your Patreon name or your subscription name on Twitch, I can give you access to FluBits, and FluBits is a way that you can see the code live as we work on it. There are some caveats, like the binary files don't work correctly on Windows, so you have to use a combination of FluBits and GitHub, but you can kind of test live as we go along, and quite often I get bug reports as we're working on stuff, which is nice. Okay, so we need to grab this value for our 2, and we already have the from in here. So this is our from. So let's set our from up first. So enemies.enemy pointer lsb x, store that in. So this is our from, so like so. Niche. I call them vectors. I don't think they're vectors when you use them like this, because vectors are kind of indirect jumps. You jump to a location which has another jump in it, but it's just it's a terminology that I've used constantly when I've done C64 stuff, so I've kind of got used to calling them vectors, and I know it's probably wrong. They should be called pointers. In fact, I call them pointers here. Sprite pointers. You know, you use the term pointer all the time. Okay, so now I need the 2. So the 2's quite easy. So I just need to grab. Oh, in fact, we've got it in the X, so that it is the X value. So we transfer the X to the accumulator, we double it, and then transfer it to the Y register. We don't want to destroy the X register, we want to keep that wherever we can. And then we can load eat data, comma Y, store that in Sprite 2. And in fact, we don't even need to increase the Y. We can just do transfer Y to load 8 data. Yeah, we can just do a +1 there, and a +1 here as well. And now we've got Sprite from and to. So now when we run this, hopefully instead of the weird black, well, not black, but the weird. Oh, okay. 372 in enemy behaviors. Instead of the weird squares that we were getting, we should get. Oh, it should be minus. That's why. We should get an actual sprite, and the sprite should be facing left or right depending on which way the enemy was facing. So let's try it out here. So the enemy is facing left, we attack it, and we do indeed get a sprite that looks like it's facing left. So let's try one facing right. Unfortunately, I'm too far away, and there we go. Sprite looks like it's facing right. Cool. So in order to complete this, all we need to do, well, let's do the bare minimum. Let's do the absolute bare minimum. So the bare minimum is to just add 40 to these values, so it's this bit that we're interested in. The 2 is going to stay the same, but it's this bit that we're interested in, right? So if we just add, oops, let's do it with the let's write a comment as well, update frame, and clear the carry bit here, because I cannot be sure. Can I be sure sprite date is copied? I'm not sure at that point, so I am going to clear the carry bit. I think it's probably alright, but I'm going to clear it anyway. It's only 2 cycles. Okay, let's store that here, and then all we need to do is do the MSB and add 0. Now this is gonna do way more than we want it to do. This is going to actually do 48 frames or so when all we want it to do is 8. So we need to do 2 things. We need to slow down the animation because it's going to be too quick, as you'll see. It's going to disappear. Actually, what's going to happen is it's going to do a weird kind of thing and then disappear, which it has done. You can see it's still flickering over here because it's still adding. We're not ending the animation, so you can see it did all the animations, and the reason for that is because we're just adding 40 without any kind of discretion whatsoever. We're constantly adding 40. So what we actually need is some extra stuff up here. We'll do it in the enemies again. The eat animation is taking up quite a lot of extra data, but I think it's actually absolutely fine. So we'll add 2 more in here. We'll add eaten counter and eaten index. Oops. And what these are going to do, and we'll reset these at the beginning here. So in our behaviors setup, wherever it is here, yep, this bit, we will have an index of 8 because that's how many frames we have of frames in eat animation. And this will be enemy, and I've only just done it and I forgot what it is already. Eaten index. Okay. Oops. And this is counter. And basically the counter is going to be how many frames frame timer, basically. So this is the time between frames. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually create this as a time between each frames. I'm going to create that as 4. There we go. So now what I can do here is I can say decrease and enemy. Oh, Jesus, you can tell I've been drinking. Enemy eaten counter, comma X. Always need the comma X. Branch if not equal. No frame copy. Okay. Now, I think what we need to do actually is we need to make sure that this always starts at 0, 1. The reason being is because we need the very first time this updates. So what's going to happen is the eat animation is going to call setup, which is going to set this to 1, and then it's immediately going to call update. If we don't immediately have it act on that, so if it doesn't immediately go to 0, then that frame won't get updated, and you'll get a couple of frames where it's not actually being drawn, it's just drawing that square. So call that no frame copy there, and we'll branch to that. Okay, so if it's not 0, then we just branch to frame copy. Otherwise, what we do is we load time between frames, and we store that in here, and we draw the frame. Then when we're drawing the frame, actually that's not drawing the frame, this is drawing the frame, isn't it? So we need to move that. Like so. Good night, Sigurbion. Welcome to the stream. Sleep well. Thanks for joining the stream. Yeah, it is 2 a.m. It is 2. Oh, so you must be in the UK then. You must be in the UK like me. Sleep well, mate, and I'll hopefully I'll see you again next time. We're only going to do about half an hour more, and then I'm going to play some Rainbow Islands until I fall asleep. Which probably won't be that long because I'm really tired. I actually slept for an hour before this stream as well. I set a timer on my phone and had an hour's sleep before the stream. Okay, so do we draw the frame? Only if the counter has gone down. Then we do this, but we only do this if enemy eaten index. So we need to load that first. If it's already 0, then we don't need to do a frame copy because we're already on the last frame. Otherwise we need to decrease that value and do the frame copy. So now what we should see is something a little bit slower that fits with our, and that looks a lot better. I mean, it has stuck on this frame, but that's fine. It's just because we haven't removed it. But we're starting to get something which resembles the behavior we want. Okay, that was the wrong direction. So it seems to be working for one direction but not the other. Okay, so it's working for this direction, but it's not working for this direction. Oh, come on. Oh, damn it, it would be in that place, wouldn't it? See, it went the wrong way. So we need to figure out why it's going the wrong way. I think that will be the last task for tonight. If we can get that right, then we're good. So that is related to this section here. So that would be this. It's failing when we're facing left. So if we're facing right, then we should jump to here and do this. So I'm going to put some breaks in. I'm going to start by putting a break in the facing right section. Sorry, the facing left section. This is the facing right. And just see if we're getting different breaks in different places. Okay, we've got a break while we're facing right. Is that expected? That is not expected. Okay. Ah. Oh no, that is correct. Okay, I thought there would need to be a comma X on there, but we're actually using immediate value there as well. Okay, let's put a break on the other side and see if that's it. It might just be that we're always hitting that side and not the other. So it may be that face left and right is not actually being used by the enemies. So oh no, we're getting a hit on that side as well. 5C. Okay, so we are getting a hit. Oh wait, no. So I need to put that in there. That's why. So one of the oddities is, so I put this breakpoint here, which looks like it should be fine, right? Because the label is here, but actually, because this isn't an instruction, this is just attached before the next instruction. So this is actually the same as doing this, because it doesn't take any bytes, right? So it's just something that's attached to the next instruction. So putting it there is the same as putting it there. The label is irrelevant. So if I want it to work, I need to put it here. In fact, it was going to be completely wrong anyway, because it was after the jump. So I don't know how I thought that was going to work. But yeah, it's worth noting that break instructions like that only happen as an attached to the next instruction, basically. So that's fine. And if I do one in that direction, oh, damn it, come on. There we go. I still don't get a break. Okay, so sorry, excuse me. So this section is not being hit, which means this is not happening, which actually should have that there. I don't know why that didn't. Let me try that again. I deleted the hash symbol for some reason. Okay, so let's try it from this side. I do get a break from that side, and I am facing right. Okay. Yeah, that's correct. And if I'm facing left, that should be here, right? Oh. I'm still getting the breakpoint, even though I'm facing right. I'm facing... Oh, it's the enemy facing... Ah, shit, okay. I've got this confused. Okay, let me look at this again. So this is the setup. This is what's deciding which animation plays. And this is based on which way the enemy is facing. Okay, so let me put this breakpoint back in. So this breakpoint is if we're facing left. Sorry, if the enemy is facing left. So let's wait for the enemy to face left and load, where's that? Start ASM. What have I done there? Oh, there we go. So let's try first with the enemy facing left and facing right. So let's try facing right first. So let's face him right. I get a breakpoint. Okay. The enemy is definitely facing right. So get the enemy state. If it's facing right, then jump to here and break. Okay, that's fine. So now let's try it with the enemy facing left. Enemy facing left, and I still get a breakpoint. Enemy is definitely facing left. So take the enemy state. If it's facing right and the result is 0, i.e. it's facing left, go here. This is the facing right and it's failing. Okay, let's try a different thing. So we've got enemy face left, we've also got enemy walk left, walk right. So let's try that. Instead, let's try changing that for walk left and walk right. Let's delete the breakpoint in there, wherever the hell it was. There it is. I think if we get this working now, I think we'll call it a night for the code, and we'll move on to Rainbow Islands. So I'm kind of desperate for the toilet. It's a good break point, I guess. Okay, so I mean, I don't expect it to work, so it's fine. So we're facing, enemy is facing left. The absorb is working to the left. Okay, so now we need the enemy facing. Okay, that's fine. So the walking animations are right. Now, the problem we've got is with these guys. So these guys are flying around, and they're never actually pointing. What the hell happened there? I'm trying to work out what happened there now. No, that was wrong, wasn't it? Because even though it was walking left, it faced the... but this is an enemy behavior problem, right? So, in our behaviors, so we have... where is it? This guy flying around, but there's nothing that sets its frame based on which direction it's moving. Okay, I'm going to change back the... Where was it? I'm going to change this back to face rather than walk. And see what happens. I think this is still going to be one for the next stream though. We probably need to change the behaviors so that face left and right is actually accurate. I think the problem is that the walking animations don't actually set the face. No, they don't work either. Okay. Alright, I'm going to call it a night anyway, I think, for the code. I'm going to take a short break. When I come back, we will have a go at the ultimate, which I'm going to try and turn on now. I didn't see anything appear. Oh, I need to actually press the button. There we go, ultimate on. And we'll do the rest of this next time. This has been a really productive stream. I thought this was going to take a lot longer to do than it did. I'm really pleased that we've got this far. So next time we'll solve these little bugs around the direction that they're facing. We'll tweak the animation a little bit so it looks correct. I think there might be some sprite priority stuff that we need to do. I feel like the player should probably be behind everything else, so that the E animations appear in front. But yeah, it's looking pretty good, and I think we can pretty soon start moving on to adding loads of extra enemy behaviors and maybe even an intro screen, and you know, start really fleshing this out into a game. At the moment it's just a prototype, but it's getting very close to a game now. We need to start getting the respawn for enemies. We need to start getting the scoring, making the players get fatter as well. We do have the sprites for that already. Yeah, cool. Right, so I'm going to take 5 minutes, guys, and when I come back we'll stop the coding and we'll start looking at playing some Rainbow Islands. Alright, so be right back, guys.